Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
Here are 10 powerful ways to pull yourself out of depression and start feeling alive again, backed by real examples and practical advice you can use right now. Depression can feel like a heavy fog, making it hard to see a way forward. But what if I told you that a few small changes, like taking just 5 minutes a day to focus on your breathing or stepping outside for a simple walk, could start lifting that fog? These aren't abstract ideas, they're actionable, proven strategies that have helped thousands. Here's the twist. Not all solutions are obvious. Did you know that helping someone else could help you heal faster? Or that limiting social media can do wonders for your mental clarity? These insights might challenge what you think you know about recovery. This isn't just about feeling better. It's about taking back control, one step at a time. Whether it's establishing a simple daily routine, connecting with people who care, or practicing gratitude in small ways, these strategies work together to rebuild your emotional foundation. Stay with me, because by the end of this video, you'll have practical tools and real hope to tackle depression head-on. Let's dive in. 1. Practice mindfulness daily. Mindfulness is one of the most powerful tools to combat depression, and its beauty lies in its simplicity. Depression often pulls us into the past, dwelling on regrets, mistakes, or lost opportunities, or thrusts us into the future, worrying about uncertainties. Mindfulness allows us to pause and fully experience the present moment, breaking this cycle of negativity. Take my friend Sarah, for example. She used to feel overwhelmed by her daily stress and constant thoughts about her past. Every evening, she'd find herself replaying conversations or worrying about things she couldn't control. One day, her therapist suggested mindfulness meditation. Initially skeptical, Sarah started small. She set a timer for 5 minutes and focused only on her breathing. Whenever her mind wandered, she gently brought it back. After a few weeks, Sarah noticed subtle changes. When she heard birds chirping outside, she paused to enjoy the sound instead of rushing through her morning. She started eating slower, savoring each bite of her meals rather than scrolling through her phone. Mindfulness isn't limited to meditation. It's about being present in any activity. For instance, while washing dishes, you can focus on the sensation of water on your hands or the sound of clinking plates. Similarly, during a walk, notice the colors of leaves, the texture of the ground, or the rhythm of your steps. Studies support Sarah's experience. Harvard research shows that mindfulness can significantly reduce symptoms of depression by rewiring the brain's neural pathways. You don't need to be perfect at it. The key is consistency. Even if you start with a single mindful breath, you're building a foundation to reclaim your mental peace. As Sarah often says now, mindfulness saved my mind, one moment at a time. 2. Prioritize physical activity. Physical activity is often referred to as a natural antidepressant, and for good reason. Exercise releases endorphins, which are chemicals in the brain that act as natural mood elevators. But beyond the science, real-life examples show how transformative movement can be for mental health. Take Jason, a 35-year-old graphic designer. When he was diagnosed with depression, his therapist suggested regular exercise. Jason hated gyms, so he started small, just walking around his block for 10 minutes each morning. At first, he didn't notice much change, but after a week, he realized his mornings felt a little less heavy, and he was more energized for work. Encouraged, Jason gradually increased his walks to 30 minutes. Over time, he even started jogging and later joined a local running group. The camaraderie of exercising with others added a social element that further lifted his spirits. Today, Jason credits those morning walks with kickstarting his journey out of depression. Physical activity doesn't have to mean grueling workouts or hitting the gym. It's about finding what works for you. Yoga can be a gentle way to combine movement with mindfulness. Dancing to your favorite songs in your living room can be both fun and therapeutic. Even household chores like gardening or cleaning count as physical activity. Scientific studies show that as little as 20 minutes of exercise 3 times a week can significantly reduce depressive symptoms. If motivation is an issue, consider pairing the activity with something enjoyable. For example, walk in a park while listening to an audiobook or podcast you love. The key is to start small and be consistent. Just like Jason, you might find that those initial steps, literally and figuratively, are the start of a powerful journey toward reclaiming your joy and energy. 3. Connect with trusted people. Depression often convinces us that we're alone, but reaching out to trusted people can be a lifeline. Talking about your struggles, even briefly, can make you feel less isolated and create space for support and understanding. Consider Maria, a single mother who struggled with depression after losing her job. She felt ashamed and withdrew from her friends and family, thinking they wouldn't understand. One evening, overwhelmed by her thoughts, she called her best friend, Anna. Although Maria was hesitant to share everything, she simply said, "I'm not okay." To Maria's surprise, Anna didn't judge or offer unsolicited advice. She listened. That conversation became a turning point. Anna encouraged Maria to meet up weekly, even if just for coffee or a walk. Slowly, Maria began to feel less burdened, knowing someone cared. Sometimes it's not about solving problems, but having someone hold space for your emotions. Reaching out doesn't have to be a grand gesture. A simple message like, "Can we talk? I'm having a tough time," can open doors to meaningful connections. If you don't feel comfortable talking to friends or family, consider joining support groups or connecting with a therapist. For example, John, a software engineer battling depression, found solace in an online community where members shared their struggles anonymously. Knowing he wasn't alone gave him hope and strength. Research confirms the healing power of human connection. According to studies, social support significantly reduces depressive symptoms and increases resilience. Even small interactions, a smile, a kind word, or a shared moment, can make a difference. Remember, you're not a burden. The people who care about you want to help, just as you would for them. Take the first step, like Maria did, and you might find that opening up creates the light you've been seeking in the darkness. 4. Establish a routine. Depression can disrupt daily life, making even the simplest tasks feel overwhelming. Establishing a routine provides structure and stability, giving you a sense of purpose and control when everything feels chaotic. For example, David, a college student, found himself spiraling into depression after failing a semester. His days blurred together. He'd sleep until noon, skip meals, and spend hours scrolling on his phone. His therapist suggested building a simple daily routine to regain a sense of normalcy. David started small. He committed to waking up at 7:30 a.m. each day and making his bed. These small wins gave him a sense of accomplishment. Next, he added specific times for meals, study sessions, and exercise. He even set aside 15 minutes each night to reflect on his day in a journal. Initially, it was hard for David to stick to his routine. Some days, he felt too drained to complete every task. But he reminded himself that progress, not perfection, was the goal. Over time, his routine became second nature, and the predictability helped reduce his feelings of aimlessness. Routines don't have to be rigid. The key is to create a structure that feels achievable. For instance, you might start your day with 3 simple tasks. Make your bed, have a healthy breakfast, and spend 10 minutes doing something calming like reading or stretching. Even if depression makes it hard to stick to your routine every day, showing up for yourself in small ways can create momentum. Research shows that routines can improve mental health by reducing decision fatigue and fostering a sense of achievement. David often says now, "Building a routine gave me back my days and eventually my life." By starting small and being kind to yourself, you too can create a roadmap out of depression. 5. Nourish your body. What you eat directly impacts how you feel. Depression can make it tempting to reach for sugary snacks, processed foods, or skip meals altogether. But nourishing your body with the right foods can uplift your mood and provide the energy you need to combat depressive symptoms. Emma, a marketing executive, learned this firsthand. She used to rely on fast food and caffeine during her long workdays, especially when she felt low. Her meals were quick fixes, burgers, chips, and endless cups of coffee. Over time, she noticed her energy levels crashing and her mood worsening. After consulting a nutritionist, Emma made small, manageable changes to her diet. She started incorporating omega-3 rich foods like salmon and walnuts, which are proven to support brain health. She swapped sugary snacks for fresh fruits like blueberries, known for their antioxidant properties. She also added leafy greens like spinach to her meals, boosting her intake of folate, a nutrient linked to improved mood. Within a few weeks, Emma felt the difference. Her energy was more consistent throughout the day, and her depressive episodes felt less overwhelming. She wasn't perfect. There were still days when she indulged in comfort food. But her overall habits shifted toward balance and nourishment. You don't have to overhaul your diet overnight. Start with simple changes, like drinking more water, adding a handful of nuts as a snack, or having a balanced breakfast. Avoid excessive sugar and processed foods, as they can lead to mood crashes. Research backs this up. A 2019 study found that a Mediterranean-style diet, rich in vegetables, fruits, whole grains, and healthy fats, can significantly reduce depression. Remember, food is fuel, not just for your body but for your mind. Like Emma, small dietary adjustments can pave the way to a healthier, happier you. 6. Engage in a creative outlet. Creativity can be a powerful escape from the grip of depression, providing a means to express emotions that might be too difficult to articulate. Engaging in a creative activity, whether it's painting, writing, crafting, or music, can help you process feelings and channel your energy into something meaningful. Consider Mark, a middle school teacher who battled depression after losing his father. Overwhelmed by grief and unable to open up to anyone, Mark felt stuck in a cycle of sadness and detachment. One evening, while rummaging through a closet, He found an old sketchbook from his college days. Hesitant but curious, he decided to start drawing again. At first, Mark's sketches were simple and unstructured, just random doodles while he listened to music. But as he kept at it, he found himself creating more elaborate drawings that reflected his emotions. A stormy sky represented his anger. A serene forest captured moments of peace. These drawings became a visual diary, helping him process his grief in a way words couldn't. Creative outlets don't have to be traditional art forms. Emily, for example, found baking therapeutic. The process of measuring ingredients, kneading dough, and watching her creations come to life gave her a sense of control and accomplishment during a particularly challenging time. Science supports this approach. Studies show that creative activities reduce stress and increase dopamine levels, which play a role in mood regulation. You don't have to be an artist or a chef. Creativity is personal and doesn't require perfection. Start with something simple. Write a poem, knit a scarf, or even color in a coloring book. Like Mark, you may find that expressing yourself creatively not only relieves depressive symptoms, but also reignites a sense of purpose and joy. 7. Practice gratitude. Depression often clouds our perspective, making it hard to see the positives in life. Practicing gratitude can help shift your focus from what's wrong to what's right, even in small ways. By acknowledging the good things, no matter how minor, you can reframe your outlook and reduce depressive symptoms. Take Lisa, a corporate lawyer who fell into depression after a stressful year at work. Her therapist suggested starting a gratitude journal. Skeptical at first, Lisa decided to give it a try. Each night before bed, she wrote down 3 things she was grateful for. The first few entries were simple. I had a good cup of coffee today, the sunset was beautiful, and I finished my work without overtime. Over time, Lisa found herself noticing more positive moments throughout the day, knowing she'd need to write about them later. This small habit shifted her mindset from focusing on her stress to appreciating life's everyday joys. Gratitude isn't just about journaling. It can be expressed in different ways. For example, John, a college student battling depression, started texting a friend or family member each day to thank them for something specific, like their support or a kind gesture. The responses he received deepened his connections and reminded him that he wasn't alone. Research supports the benefits of gratitude. Studies show that regularly practicing gratitude can increase happiness and reduce symptoms of depression by fostering a sense of appreciation and perspective. If writing or texting feels like too much, start mentally listing 3 things you're grateful for when you wake up or before you sleep. Like Lisa, you may find that even in the darkest times, gratitude is a light that can guide you toward healing. 8. Limit social media use. Social media, while a tool for connection, can often exacerbate feelings of inadequacy and loneliness, especially when you're battling depression. The curated highlight reels of others' lives can make you compare your worst moments to someone else's best, deepening the sense of despair. Emily, a 27-year-old designer, discovered this firsthand. After a breakup, she found herself scrolling endlessly through Instagram, seeing happy couples and picture-perfect vacations. It only made her feel worse. Her therapist suggested a 7-day social media detox to break the habit. Reluctantly, Emily removed social apps from her phone and replaced that time with activities like reading and journaling. By the end of the week, she felt lighter and more present in her daily life. Encouraged, she reinstalled the apps, but set boundaries. No more than 30 minutes a day. and no social media in the first hour after waking or before bed. For others, limiting social media can mean unfollowing accounts that trigger negative feelings or using features to mute posts without unfriending people. John, a college student, replaced scrolling with a healthier habit, going for short walks or calling a friend when he felt tempted to pick up his phone. Studies confirm the negative effects of excessive social media use on mental health. A University of Pennsylvania study found that reducing social media time to 30 minutes a day significantly lowers depression and loneliness. If a complete detox feels daunting, start small. Designate tech-free hours or try apps that monitor and limit screen time. Like Emily, you might find that stepping away from the virtual world allows you to focus on the real one and on the moments that truly matter. 9. Seek professional help. Depression can feel overwhelming, and sometimes self-help strategies aren't enough. Seeking professional help is a brave and essential step toward healing. Therapists, counselors, and psychiatrists are trained to provide tools and treatments tailored to your needs, offering support that can make a significant difference. Consider Alex, a 42-year-old accountant who struggled with severe depression after losing his job. He initially resisted therapy, believing he should tough it out on his own. But as his symptoms worsened, loss of appetite, insomnia, and constant fatigue, his wife encouraged him to see a therapist. Alex began weekly sessions with a cognitive behavioral therapist who helped him identify and challenge his negative thought patterns. Through therapy, Alex realized that his self-worth wasn't tied to his career, and he developed healthier coping mechanisms. His therapist also suggested he consult a psychiatrist who prescribed medication to help stabilize his mood while he worked through his challenges. Professional help isn't one size fits all. For some, therapy alone may suffice. For others, a combination of therapy and medication might be necessary. There are also different types of therapy, such as cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, interpersonal therapy, IPT, or mindfulness-based cognitive therapy, MBCT, each designed to address specific aspects of depression. If cost is a concern, consider community clinics, sliding scale fees, or teletherapy options, which often cost less. Hotlines and support groups can also be valuable resources when immediate help is needed. Remember, seeking help is not a sign of weakness. It's an act of courage and self-care. Just as you'd visit a doctor for a broken bone, reaching out for mental health support is taking the first step toward recovery. Like Alex, you might find that professional guidance becomes a turning point in reclaiming your life. 10. Volunteer or help others. One of the most surprising ways to alleviate depression is to focus on helping others. Shifting attention outward creates a sense of purpose, builds connections, and often brings unexpected joy. Take Priya, a 29-year-old teacher who fell into depression after a painful breakup. She felt stuck in a cycle of self-pity and loneliness. At the suggestion of a friend, Priya began volunteering at a local animal shelter. Initially, it was just a way to fill her weekends, but as she spent time caring for abandoned animals, she noticed a change in herself. Walking dogs, cleaning kennels, and seeing animals find new homes gave Priya a sense of accomplishment. Her depression didn't disappear overnight, but the act of helping beings who needed her made her feel valuable again. Helping others doesn't always require a formal commitment. Simple acts like cooking a meal for a neighbor, mentoring someone younger, or even being a listening ear to a friend in need can have a profound impact. For instance, Raj, an engineer, started tutoring underprivileged kids in math after feeling disconnected in his life. Seeing the children succeed gave him a sense of fulfillment he hadn't felt in years. Research backs up these experiences. Studies show that acts of kindness and volunteering not only boost the well-being of the recipient, but also enhance the giver's mental health by activating the brain's reward systems. If you're unsure where to start, think about causes that resonate with you. Love animals? Volunteer at a shelter? Enjoy gardening? Join a community project? Even online opportunities like mentoring or supporting a charity can make a difference. As Priya often reflects, when I started helping others, I unknowingly helped myself. It reminded me that even in my darkness, I could be a light for someone else. Depression can feel like an insurmountable challenge, but the truth is, even the smallest steps can lead to big changes. Whether you choose to practice mindfulness, start a gratitude journal, or reconnect with loved ones, these strategies can help you reclaim your life, one day at a time. If you found these 10 powerful ways helpful, don't keep them to yourself. Share this video with someone who might need it. And if you haven't already, hit the like button to let us know this content resonated with you. Don't forget to subscribe for more actionable advice to improve your life and boost your mental well-being. I'd love to hear your thoughts and takeaways. What resonated with you the most? Have you tried any of these strategies, or do you have others to share? Drop your comments below and let's start a conversation. Remember, you're not alone in this. You have the strength to overcome, and every step forward matters. See you in the next video.
Have you ever felt trapped in the shadows of your own mind, struggling to find a way out of the darkness of depression? What if you could draw strength and wisdom from one of history's greatest philosophers to overcome this battle? Welcome to Wiser, your source of timeless insights for modern challenges. Today, we're diving deep into the teachings of Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic emperor, to uncover how his profound wisdom can help you navigate and overcome depression. In this video, we'll explore the practical and powerful strategies Marcus Aurelius used to maintain his mental resilience amidst the pressures of ruling an empire. We'll show you how to apply these timeless principles to your own life, helping you find clarity, inner peace, and the strength to rise above your struggles. Join us on this transformative journey, and let's discover how the ancient wisdom of Marcus Aurelius can illuminate your path to overcoming depression. Are you ready to harness the power of Stoic philosophy to regain control of your mental well-being? Let's dive in. 1. Seeking help. Asking for help when needed. Recognizing the need for assistance and actively seeking it out is not a sign of weakness, but rather a demonstration of wisdom and strength. Even the Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius, despite his immense wisdom and power, believed in the importance of seeking help. In his meditations, he often reflected on the guidance he received from others and how it shaped his thoughts and actions. Consider a modern example. Jane, a successful professional, found herself overwhelmed by the demands of her job and personal life. Despite her achievements, she felt isolated and stressed. Recognizing her limits, she decided to consult a mentor and a therapist. These professionals provided her with strategies to manage her workload and emotional well-being. Jane's willingness to seek help transformed her approach to challenges, enabling her to maintain her performance while achieving a healthier work-life balance. By asking for help, we tap into a wealth of knowledge and experience beyond our own. It allows us to gain new perspectives and solutions that we might not have considered. This approach fosters resilience and growth as we learn from the insights and support of those around us. Embracing the act of seeking help can thus lead to profound personal development and improved mental health. 2. Self-improvement and growth, continuous learning and adaptation. Continuous self-improvement and growth are essential for transforming adversity into opportunities for development. This principle aligns with the teachings of Stoic philosophers who emphasize the importance of learning from every experience. For instance, Seneca advised his readers to welcome challenges as opportunities to practice virtue. Take John, an entrepreneur who faced numerous setbacks in his career. Instead of viewing these obstacles as failures, John saw them as lessons. When his first startup failed, he analyzed what went wrong and enrolled in business management courses to enhance his skills. This dedication to learning and growth helped him launch a successful second venture. By viewing adversity as a catalyst for self-improvement, John turned potential setbacks into stepping stones for success. Self-improvement isn't limited to professional skills. Personal growth, such as developing better communication or emotional intelligence, can also enrich one's life. For example, learning to manage stress through mindfulness or improving relationships through empathetic communication can lead to a more fulfilling and balanced life. Embracing continuous learning ensures that we are always evolving, better equipped to face life's challenges with confidence and resilience. 3. Service and compassion. Shifting focus from self to others. Helping others not only benefits those in need, but also significantly alleviates our own struggles. Shifting our focus from self-centered concerns to acts of service and compassion can provide a sense of purpose and connection. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on the importance of contributing to the common good as a fundamental duty. Consider Emma, who struggled with feelings of loneliness and depression. She decided to volunteer at a local shelter, offering her time and skills to help others. Through this act of service, Emma found a renewed sense of purpose. The gratitude and connections she formed with the people she helped brought her joy and significantly improved her mental health. By focusing on the needs of others, Emma alleviated her own emotional burdens and found fulfillment. Service can take many forms, from volunteering to simply being there for a friend in need. Acts of kindness, no matter how small, can create ripples of positivity that enhance both our lives and the lives of those we touch. By cultivating a mindset of compassion and service, we can overcome personal challenges and contribute to a more connected and supportive community. 4. Acceptance and perspective. Embracing life's imperfections. Recognizing and accepting life's challenges and imperfections is crucial for preventing disappointment and fostering resilience. Stoic philosophy teaches us to focus on what we can control and accept what we cannot. Epictetus, a prominent Stoic philosopher, emphasized that our perceptions shape our experiences. Imagine Sarah, who faced an unexpected job loss. Instead of succumbing to despair, she chose to view the situation as an opportunity to pursue a new career path she was passionate about. By accepting the reality of her circumstances and shifting her perspective, Sarah was able to navigate this difficult period with resilience and optimism. This acceptance allowed her to transform a seemingly negative experience into a positive turning point in her life. Acceptance doesn't mean passive resignation. It's about acknowledging reality and taking proactive steps within our control. For instance, if we encounter a traffic jam, instead of getting frustrated, We can use the time to listen to an informative podcast or practice deep breathing. This shift in perspective can turn a potentially stressful situation into a productive or relaxing one. 5. Duty and purpose. Finding fulfillment in contributions. Fulfilling one's duties and contributing to the common good helps shift focus from personal woes to a larger purpose. This Stoic principle underscores the importance of aligning our actions with our values and responsibilities. Marcus Aurelius often wrote about the fulfillment derived from performing one's role in society with integrity and dedication. Consider David, a teacher who found meaning in his work by focusing on the impact he had on his students' lives. Despite facing numerous challenges, such as long hours and limited resources, David's sense of duty and purpose motivated him to persevere. By dedicating himself to his students' growth and success, he found profound satisfaction and resilience in his role. When we align our actions with a sense of duty and purpose, we cultivate a deeper connection to our work and community. This perspective helps us navigate personal struggles by reminding us that our contributions matter. Whether through professional responsibilities, family roles, or community involvement, finding purpose in our duties can provide a powerful source of motivation and fulfillment. 6. Practical exercises. Tools for maintaining perspective. Journaling and reflecting on one's thoughts are effective tools for maintaining perspective and coping with difficulties. Stoic philosophers like Marcus Aurelius often used writing as a means to clarify their thoughts and reinforce their principles. Emily, for example, began a daily journaling practice to manage her anxiety. Each night, she would reflect on her day, noting her achievements, challenges, and what she learned. This practice helped her identify patterns in her thinking and behavior, allowing her to address negative thoughts more constructively. Over time, journaling became a therapeutic tool that provided Emily with clarity and a sense of control over her emotions. In addition to journaling, other practical exercises like mindfulness meditation, gratitude lists, and setting daily intentions can enhance mental resilience. These practices help ground us in the present moment and reinforce positive thinking patterns. By regularly engaging in these exercises, we can develop a more balanced and resilient mindset, better equipped to handle life's challenges. 7. Inner strength. Finding happiness within. Happiness is found within, and external circumstances shouldn't dictate one's inner state. This Stoic belief emphasizes that true contentment comes from within, rather than from external achievements or possessions. Take Anna, who initially sought happiness through material success. Despite achieving her career goals and acquiring wealth, she felt unfulfilled. Realizing this, Anna began exploring mindfulness and self-reflection. She discovered that true happiness stemmed from inner peace and self-acceptance. By focusing on her inner state rather than external validation, Anna cultivated a lasting sense of contentment. Developing inner strength involves recognizing that we have control over our attitudes and reactions. By practicing self-awareness and self-compassion, we can find happiness regardless of our external circumstances. This inner resilience allows us to navigate life's ups and downs with a stable and positive outlook. 8. Emotional regulation, maintaining a stable mental state. Regulating emotions through rational thinking and self-control is key to maintaining a stable and positive mental state. Stoic philosophy teaches that our thoughts, not external events, shape our emotions. By managing our thoughts, we can maintain emotional equilibrium. For instance, Alex faced a stressful situation at work when a major project went wrong. Instead of reacting impulsively, he took a step back to analyze the situation rationally. He identified the aspects he could control and developed a plan to address them. By focusing on rational solutions rather than succumbing to panic, Alex managed to resolve the issue effectively and maintain his composure. Practicing emotional regulation involves techniques such as cognitive reframing, deep breathing, and mindfulness. These methods help us pause and assess our reactions, allowing us to respond calmly and constructively. By developing these skills, we can enhance our emotional resilience and handle stress more effectively. 9. Gratitude and contentment, embracing simple pleasures. Cultivating gratitude for what one has and finding contentment in simple pleasures combats feelings of inadequacy and dissatisfaction. Stoic philosophers like Epictetus emphasize the importance of appreciating what we have rather than constantly seeking more. Maria, for example, found herself constantly comparing her life to others on social media, which led to feelings of inadequacy. To counter this, she started a gratitude journal, listing 3 things she was thankful for each day. This practice shifted her focus from what she lacked to what she already had. Over time, Maria developed a deeper appreciation for the simple pleasures in her life, such as spending time with loved ones and enjoying nature. Gratitude practices can significantly improve our mental well-being by fostering a sense of contentment and reducing negative comparisons. By regularly reflecting on the positive aspects of our lives, we can cultivate a more positive and fulfilling outlook. 10. Resilience and endurance, overcoming life's challenges. Building mental and emotional resilience helps endure and overcome life's challenges with strength and dignity. Stoic philosophy teaches that resilience is developed through facing adversity and learning from it. Consider Jack, who experienced a significant personal loss. Instead of allowing grief to overwhelm him, he sought ways to honor his loved one's memory and find meaning in his experience. He joined a support group, which provided him with a community and coping strategies. Through this process, Jack developed a profound resilience that enabled him to navigate his grief with strength and grace. Developing resilience involves embracing challenges as opportunities for growth. Practices such as setting realistic goals, maintaining a support network, and practicing self-care can enhance our ability to cope with difficulties. By building resilience, we can face life's inevitable challenges with a sense of strength and purpose. 11. Mindfulness and presence, reducing anxiety and depression. Being present in the moment and focusing on the task at hand reduces anxiety and depression. Mindfulness, a practice rooted in Stoic principles, encourages us to fully engage with our current experience rather than dwelling on past regrets or future worries. Lisa, for instance, struggled with anxiety that often left her feeling overwhelmed. She decided to incorporate mindfulness into her daily routine, starting with simple breathing exercises and mindful walking. By paying attention to her breath and the sensations around her, Lisa found that her anxiety levels decreased. She became more focused and present in her activities, which significantly improved her overall well-being. Mindfulness practices such as meditation, mindful eating, and body scan exercises can help us stay grounded and reduce mental clutter. By cultivating mindfulness, we can develop a greater sense of calm and clarity, enhancing our ability to cope with stress and enjoy the present moment. Thank you for joining us on this exploration of how to overcome depression through the timeless wisdom of Marcus Aurelius. By applying the principles of Stoic philosophy, you can find strength and clarity even in the darkest moments. Remember, overcoming depression is a journey, not a destination. Embrace the practices we've discussed, reflecting on your thoughts, focusing on what you can control, and finding purpose in each day. These strategies can help you build resilience and cultivate inner peace, just as they did for Marcus Aurelius. If you found this video helpful, please like, share, and subscribe to Wiser for more insights on living a fulfilled and resilient life. And if you have any thoughts or experiences to share, leave a comment below. We'd love to hear from you. Stay strong, stay wise, and remember the power to overcome your challenges lies within you. Until next time, take care and keep growing. 12 Stoic principles to master the art of not caring and letting go. Imagine this. You're scrolling through social media, bombarded by a never-ending stream of updates, likes, and comments. You feel the weight of the world's expectations, wondering why you can't just let things go and care a little less about every trivial matter. But what if I told you there's a treasure trove of ancient wisdom that holds the key to mastering the art of not caring and letting go? Welcome, fellow Stoics of the digital age. You've stumbled upon a golden treasure. No, not the latest viral meme or trending video, but timeless principles from some of history's greatest thinkers. Long before the chaos of our modern world, the Stoics lived by teachings that can guide our smartphone-filled, caffeine-driven lives. In this video, we'll explore 12 Stoic principles that are so refreshing, they might just be the antidote to the 21st century hustle. Get ready to uncover pearls of wisdom that will transform how you navigate life's challenges, helping you find peace amidst the chaos. And hey, if you're eager to discover more of these timeless insights, don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification bell. Now let's dive into the enlightening world of Stoicism and learn how to keep calm and carry on with grace and resilience. Number 1. Reflect, review, and realign. In the rush of our daily lives, we often overlook the importance of self-reflection. Yet, as Marcus Aurelius wisely noted, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Taking time to reflect on our actions, decisions, and their outcomes allows us to understand ourselves better. Regular introspection acts as a mirror for our souls, revealing patterns that either aid or hinder our growth. By reviewing our actions and thoughts, we can realign our paths, making necessary adjustments to lead a more fulfilled and intentional life. This practice isn't about dwelling on past mistakes, but learning from them, celebrating small victories, and continuously evolving. In a world that seldom grants us pauses, embracing reflection can be our secret to inner peace and true contentment. Number 2, accept change as nature's course. Change is the only constant in life, yet we often resist it, clinging to the familiar. Epictetus, a revered Stoic philosopher, reminds us, it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. Life's nature is evolution, and every change, whether a job switch, a breakup, or a move, adds a unique brushstroke to the canvas of our existence. By accepting change as part of nature's course, we free ourselves from unnecessary suffering. Embracing life's fluidity and unpredictability allows us to flow with it rather than fight against it. This acceptance doesn't mean passive resignation, but an active engagement with life's ever-shifting landscape, finding growth and opportunities in every twist and turn. Number 3, control. What's within, release what's without. Imagine this, it's a rainy Tuesday morning and your cat knocks over your freshly brewed cup of tea. The old you might have fumed, blaming the universe for conspiring against you, but consider Seneca's wisdom. We suffer more in imagination than in reality. The truth is, things happen, tea spills, cats are mischievous. What's within our control? Our reactions. Instead of letting our imagination paint a gloomy day ahead, we can choose to laugh it off and brew another cup. The world will keep throwing curveballs, but the power of our reactions is entirely ours. By focusing on what we can control, our thoughts, actions, and responses, we can navigate life's challenges with grace and resilience. Number 4, detach from external validation. In today's hyper-connected world, it's easy to get hooked on external validation. Every like, share, and comment becomes a measure of our self-worth. But as Epictetus wisely said, man is not worried by real problems so much as by his imagined anxieties about real problems. It's strange that tiny icons on a screen can dictate our mood and sense of self. Stoicism urges us to seek validation from within. Our worth should be measured by our values, actions, and character, not by online clout. The next time a post doesn't get the expected traction or someone leaves a snide comment, remember, your worth is not up for public voting. You are your own judge and jury, and true confidence comes from within. Number 5, recognize life's natural cycles. Loss is a natural part of life, be it a favorite hoodie, a cherished memory, or a loved one. Marcus Aurelius poignantly stated, "Loss is nothing else but change, and change is nature's delight." In the vast ecosystem of existence, everything has its season. Trees shed leaves only to sprout new ones, and similarly, life presents endings and beginnings. Each change teaches us, shapes us, and adds to our resilience. Rather than clinging to what was, Stoicism invites us to appreciate life's impermanence. By understanding and embracing the cycles of loss and renewal, we can live fully, love deeply, and let go gracefully, knowing that every sunset makes way for a new sunrise. Number 6, seek growth in adversity. Who hasn't faced a challenge, whether it's a difficult boss, an endless pile of bills, or a perpetually late train? It's easy to complain and wish for an easier life. However, Seneca reminds us, difficulties strengthen the mind, as labor does the body. Challenges are life's personal gym sessions for our souls. When we encounter hurdles, instead of asking, "Why me?" we should ponder, "What is this teaching me?" Every adversity carries a lesson and a potential for growth. It's all a matter of perspective. By viewing difficulties as opportunities to strengthen our character and resilience, we can approach life with a mindset ready to say, "Bring it on." Number 7, be of service to others. Stoicism isn't just about personal enlightenment, it's also about uplifting the community. Seneca reminds us we are all bound together in a partnership. By helping others, we not only enrich their lives, but also add meaning to our own. Whether it's assisting a neighbor, volunteering, or simply being there for a friend, every act of kindness reverberates in the universe. Stoicism teaches that true fulfillment comes from being of service to others. It's not just about thriving solo, but about elevating those around us. In helping others, we find purpose and forge deeper connections, enhancing both our lives and the lives of those we touch. Number 8, cultivate inner riches. In an age dominated by opulent Instagram feeds and constant displays of affluence, it's easy to equate happiness with material gains. Yet, Seneca wisely observed, it's not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor. True wealth isn't about the latest gadgets or designer labels. It's about the contentment of the soul, the richness of experiences, and the treasure of memories. Stoicism reminds us that while it's okay to enjoy life's luxuries, we shouldn't be enslaved by them. In the end, It's the stories we've woven, not the possessions we've accumulated, that truly matter. By cultivating inner riches, we find lasting fulfillment and peace. Number 9, understand and accept fate. Life, with its myriad complexities, is a blend of our efforts and the universe's designs. Epictetus advises, don't demand that things happen as you wish, but wish that they happen as they do happen. Sometimes, despite our best efforts, outcomes don't align with our expectations. Instead of being bogged down by what didn't go as planned, Stoicism nudges us to embrace what is on our plate. Acceptance of fate doesn't mean passivity. It means actively engaging with life, finding peace in the present moment, and trusting the journey. Often, the most captivating stories emerge from the most unexpected turns, and embracing fate allows us to navigate these twists with grace. Number 10, embrace the present moment. In our fast-paced world, with notifications binging every second, we often miss the beauty of the present. Marcus Aurelius wisely advised, do not let the future disturb you, for you will arrive there if you nurture your present. We spend so much time lost in thoughts about tomorrow's tasks or past regrets that we forget to live in the now. Being present isn't just about paying attention, it's about truly experiencing life. Savor your meals, listen to your friends, and feel the wind on your face. Let go of yesterday's regrets and tomorrow's anxieties. In the grand tapestry of life, it's the little moments stitched together that define our happiness. Number 11, focus on personal growth. Continuous learning and self-improvement are at the heart of a fulfilled life. The Stoics teach us that personal growth is a lifelong journey. By constantly seeking knowledge, honing our skills, and reflecting on our experiences, we become better equipped to handle life's challenges. This focus on growth isn't about perfection, but about progress. It's about becoming a better version of ourselves each day. Embrace the opportunities for learning that life presents, whether through successes or failures. By prioritizing personal development, we cultivate resilience, wisdom, and a deeper sense of purpose. Number 12, practice gratitude. In the pursuit of more, we often forget to appreciate what we already have. Practicing gratitude shifts our focus from what's lacking to what's abundant in our lives. As Seneca observed, it is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor. By regularly expressing thankfulness for our blessings, we foster a positive outlook and inner peace. Gratitude is a powerful antidote to dissatisfaction and envy. It reminds us of the richness of our experiences and the people who make our lives meaningful. Make it a habit to reflect on and express gratitude daily, and watch as your perspective transforms. As we draw the curtain on this enlightening journey through the hallowed halls of Stoicism, take a moment to reflect on the timeless wisdom you've just encountered. These ancient principles, though forged in a different era, fit seamlessly into our frantic modern lives, proving that some truths are truly eternal. Now, I have a challenge for you. In the comments below, share which of these Stoic gems resonated with you the most. Did Seneca's profound insight strike a chord, or did Marcus Aurelius feel like your newfound confidant? Let's spark a conversation and learn from each other, deepening our understanding and appreciation of these teachings. As we draw the curtain on this enlightening journey through the hallowed halls of Stoicism, take a moment to reflect on the timeless wisdom you've just encountered. These ancient principles, though forged in a different era, fit seamlessly into our frantic modern lives, proving that some truths are truly eternal. Now, I have a challenge for you. In the comments below, share which of these Stoic gems resonated with you the most. Did Seneca's profound insights strike a chord, or did Marcus Aurelius feel like your newfound confidant? Let's spark a conversation and learn from each other, deepening our understanding and appreciation of these teachings.
Here are 10 powerful ways to recognize envy and falsehood in others, because not everyone cheering for you is truly on your side. Think about this. Have you ever shared a personal win, only to notice someone's smile fade, their tone shift, or hear a subtle dig disguised as advice? Envy doesn't always show up in obvious ways. It hides in small, calculated behaviors. And spotting falsehood can be even trickier. It often lurks behind exaggerated praise, unwarranted criticism, or suspicious silence. If you felt the sting of insincere support or sensed someone secretly competing with you, this video will give you the clarity to identify these patterns and protect your peace. We're diving deep into real-life examples, actionable insights, and the psychology behind envy and falsehood. By the end of this video, you'll not only recognize these subtle signs, but also know how to respond with confidence and grace. Let's uncover the truth together and strengthen your relationships while staying true to your path. 1. Subtle criticism disguised as advice. I once shared my excitement about launching a new project with a colleague. Instead of offering encouragement, they said, "That's ambitious, but are you sure you can handle it? It might be too much for someone with your experience." At first, I brushed it off as concern, but over time I realized this wasn't an isolated incident. Each time I brought up a new idea or accomplishment, they had a similar reaction, couching doubt as advice. Subtle criticism disguised as advice often comes from people who feel threatened by your progress. Instead of directly putting you down, they cloak their envy in seemingly well-meaning suggestions. For instance, imagine telling a friend about your goal to start a fitness routine. Instead of cheering you on, they might say, "That's great, but don't get your hopes up. It's really hard to stick to a plan." This type of comment plants seeds of self-doubt while appearing supportive. These behaviors can also show up in personal relationships. A friend of mine shared how, when she was planning her wedding, her cousin constantly offered advice that undermined her choices. Comments like, "Those flowers are nice, but wouldn't something simpler suit you better?" made her second-guess decisions she'd been happy with before. The key to recognizing this subtle envy is to look for patterns. Does the person habitually cast doubt on your ideas or achievements under the guise of helping? Genuine advice is constructive and uplifting, even when it points out challenges. In contrast, envious remarks often leave you feeling deflated or uncertain. Recognizing this behavior helps you build resilience. Learn to trust your instincts and differentiate between genuine support and masked negativity. Surround yourself with people who celebrate your growth instead of subtly questioning it. 2. Downplaying your achievements. When I landed my first significant promotion, I was ecstatic and shared the news with a group of friends. Most were thrilled for me, but one friend responded with, "Oh, promotions are nice, but it's not like you're running the company." The comment stung. It wasn't outright negative, but it clearly aimed to minimize my success. People who downplay your achievements often feel threatened by your progress. Instead of celebrating with you, they shift the focus away from your success or frame it as less impressive. For example, if you've just completed a marathon, they might say, "A lot of people do marathons these days. It's not that rare anymore." These remarks often reflect their internal struggle with feelings of inadequacy or envy. Another instance came from a relative of mine. When I told her I had started a YouTube channel and was gaining subscribers, she replied, "You know, anyone can start a YouTube channel these days. The real challenge is making money from it." While technically true, her comment didn't acknowledge my accomplishment. It was a subtle way of bringing me down. This behavior also appears in workplace dynamics. A colleague might say, "That's a good idea, but isn't it just a variation of something we've done before?" Or, "Congrats on the award, but didn't the whole team contribute?" These remarks diminish your effort and success, leaving you questioning the validity of your achievements. The best way to handle this is to recognize that their reaction is about them, not you. Stay proud of your accomplishments, regardless of others' attempts to downplay them. Share your wins with people who genuinely appreciate and encourage your growth. And remember that your achievements are valid, no matter how others try to frame them. 3. Excessive flattery. I once worked with someone who always seemed overly complimentary. Every time I completed even the smallest task, they would say things like, "Wow, you're absolutely brilliant. I don't know how you do it." At first, it felt great. Who doesn't enjoy praise? But over time, the exaggeration felt insincere and even manipulative. Excessive flattery can be a tool for envious individuals to mask their true feelings or intentions. They might use it to gain your trust or deflect suspicion about their envy. For example, a friend might gush over how perfect your relationship is, saying, "You two are the ideal couple. I wish I had what you have," while simultaneously criticizing your partner behind your back. Their flattery becomes a cover for their underlying resentment. In professional settings, this behavior can be even more calculated. A colleague may overpraise your ideas during meetings. "This is revolutionary. You're a genius," only to later subtly sabotage your efforts by withholding information or spreading doubt about your capabilities. Their goal is to inflate your confidence temporarily while keeping you off balance. Excessive flattery often lacks specificity. Genuine compliments focus on particular actions or qualities, such as, "Your presentation was so engaging, especially how you broke down the complex data." In contrast, insincere praise is vague and overgeneralized, like, "You're just amazing at everything." To handle this, pay attention to patterns and consistency. Are their actions aligned with their words, or do they behave differently when you're not around? Balance is key. While genuine praise is uplifting, over-the-top flattery often signals hidden motives. Surround yourself with people who provide honest, balanced feedback, and trust your instincts when something feels off. True supporters uplift you without resorting to extremes. 4. Withholding praise. A few years ago, I completed a challenging project at work. It required long hours, creative problem-solving, and significant collaboration. When it was finished, I received praise from my manager and most of my team, but one colleague said nothing. No acknowledgement, no good job, just silence. I noticed this wasn't the first time they had failed to recognize my efforts, even though they freely praised others. Withholding praise is a subtle sign of envy. Instead of celebrating your success, envious people remain silent, often to avoid giving you the validation you've earned. For example, when you share exciting news, such as getting a promotion or buying your first home, they might respond with indifference or quickly change the subject, refusing to engage with your accomplishment. I've also seen this dynamic play out in friendships. A friend of mine, who had recently started a fitness journey, shared her progress on social media. She had lost 10 kilograms and was feeling healthier than ever. While most of her friends congratulated her, One remained conspicuously silent. Later, this person privately dismissed her success, saying, "It's easy to lose weight when you have free time. Not everyone can do that." Instead of celebrating her effort, they downplayed it and withheld any form of encouragement. In professional environments, withholding praise can be a form of passive competition. A colleague may avoid recognizing your contributions in meetings, even when your work directly benefits them. This silence often stems from insecurity. They believe acknowledging your achievements diminishes their own. The best way to handle this behavior is to recognize it for what it is, a reflection of their struggles, not your worth. Don't let their silence overshadow your accomplishments. Celebrate your wins and focus on relationships with people who genuinely support and uplift you. 5. Spreading gossip. A few years ago, I worked on a high-stakes project where I was chosen as the team lead. Shortly after the announcement, I started hearing whispers about how I got the role. "I heard they're just lucky," someone said, while another suggested I must have had inside connections. These rumors weren't just false. They were designed to undermine my credibility and create doubt about my abilities. Spreading gossip is a classic behavior of envious individuals. Unable to celebrate your success, they try to tarnish your reputation through rumors or exaggerated stories. For instance, if you get a promotion, they might tell others, "I'm not sure they deserved it. I heard the manager just likes them personally." Their goal is to shift attention away from your hard work and sow seeds of doubt among others. I've also seen this happen in social settings. A friend of mine started a thriving side business, which quickly gained recognition. Instead of celebrating her success, an acquaintance began spreading rumors like, "She must have had financial help from her family. There's no way she built that on her own." Such gossip undermined her credibility and subtly discouraged others from supporting her business. The workplace is another hotspot for gossip. When you excel, envious colleagues may spread misinformation, such as claiming your success is due to favoritism or implying you cut corners. This not only affects your confidence, but can also damage relationships with others who hear and believe the gossip. The best way to handle gossip is to confront it with professionalism and transparency. Focus on maintaining a strong track record and building trust with those who matter. Avoid engaging in the same behavior and surround yourself with people who value truth and integrity. Over time, your consistent actions will outweigh baseless rumors. 6. Unwarranted competition. During my early career, I worked alongside a colleague who seemed determined to turn everything into a competition. If I shared a small win, like successfully closing a deal, they would immediately counter with, "Oh, I closed 3 deals this week." It wasn't just about sharing their accomplishments, it was about overshadowing mine. Whether it was work-related achievements, fitness goals, or even personal hobbies, they always seemed to frame my success as less significant than theirs. Unwarranted competition is a hallmark of envy. Instead of celebrating your achievements, envious individuals try to one-up you to validate their own worth. For instance, if you mention completing a 10K run, they might reply, "That's great, but I've done a half marathon," even if the conversation wasn't about comparisons. Their competitiveness often feels unnecessary and exhausting. This behavior isn't confined to professional settings. In friendships, I've seen someone compete over parenting milestones. A friend shared how proud she was of her toddler learning to walk, only to hear another parent respond, "That's nice, but my child was walking at 9 months." It wasn't about support. It was about claiming superiority. Unwarranted competition can also manifest as subtle rivalry. For example, a colleague might intentionally take on similar projects to outperform you or replicate your ideas to claim credit. Their focus isn't on collaboration or mutual growth, but on proving they're better. The best way to address unwarranted competition is to set boundaries. Recognize that their behavior stems from insecurity and is not a reflection of your value. Avoid engaging in their competitive dynamic and instead stay focused on your own progress. Celebrate your achievements without seeking validation from those who constantly compare themselves to you. True success lies in collaboration, not rivalry. 7. Feigning support. I once shared an ambitious goal with a friend to run a 21K marathon after years of not training. At first, they seemed supportive, saying things like, "That's a great goal, you've got this." But over time, their true feelings started to show in subtle ways. They'd say, "Don't push yourself too hard, you don't want to get injured," or, "Honestly, I don't think you'll have time to prepare with your schedule." Their words sounded caring, but they left me feeling more discouraged than motivated. Feigning support is a deceptive form of envy. The person appears to encourage you outwardly, but undermines you with subtle doubt or negativity. For example, if you're starting a new business, they might say, "That's such an exciting idea. But have you thought about how hard it is to succeed in that industry?" Most people fail. While the surface comment seems helpful, their intention is to shake your confidence. In workplace settings, this behavior can be even more damaging. A colleague may initially back your project saying, "I think it's a solid idea," but then subtly criticize it to others or fail to provide the promised support. This creates roadblocks for you while allowing them to maintain the appearance of being helpful. In personal relationships, this dynamic can be draining. A family member might encourage you to pursue a dream like going back to school, but consistently point out obstacles. It's wonderful that you want to study, but won't it be hard to juggle everything with kids? The best way to handle feigned support is to trust your instincts. If their support leaves you feeling less capable, it's likely not genuine. Surround yourself with people whose encouragement uplifts you and fuels your motivation. Genuine supporters inspire confidence, not doubt. 8. Mood swings around your success. I remember a time when I shared some exciting news with a close acquaintance. I had just landed a dream job. At first, they seemed happy, congratulating me with a smile. But as the conversation continued, their demeanor shifted. They became quieter, less enthusiastic, and even a little distant. It was as though my success had triggered something in them, and they could no longer maintain their initial excitement. Mood swings around your success are a subtle yet telling sign of envy. While they may start with a cheerful facade, their true feelings often surface as discomfort, irritation, or withdrawal. For example, when you announce you've bought a new home, they might initially say, "That's amazing," but then quickly change the subject or seem disinterested in the details. Their reaction isn't about you, it's about their struggle to process your achievement. This behavior is also common in professional environments. A colleague might praise your promotion in a team meeting, but later avoid you or seem resentful during one-on-one interactions. Their mood shift reveals they're in a conflict. They want to appear supportive, but feel threatened or jealous deep down. In friendships, this can manifest when someone reacts positively to your personal milestones, like getting engaged or starting a new venture, but soon after becomes distant or starts highlighting their own struggles, as if to regain attention. The key to handling this is to maintain perspective. Their reaction is about their internal struggles, not your worth. While it's natural to want genuine support, not everyone can provide it. Surround yourself with people who can celebrate your success wholeheartedly. At the same time, practice empathy. Sometimes their discomfort reflects their own feelings of inadequacy, and your success might inspire them later. Stay focused on your path, regardless of their fluctuating emotions. 9. Mirroring behavior. When I started a new fitness routine a few years ago, I noticed a curious pattern with a friend. After I began sharing my progress, new exercises, goals, and achievements, they suddenly started doing the exact same things. They'd join the same gym, post similar updates, and even copy the specific workout programs I was following. At first I thought it was a coincidence or that I had inspired them, but over time it felt less like admiration and more like competition. Mirroring behavior is a subtle sign of envy, where someone imitates your actions, achievements, or style in an attempt to match or surpass you. While imitation is sometimes flattering, in this context, it often feels forced or disingenuous. For example, if you launch a creative project like a blog or YouTube channel, they might suddenly create a similar one. Instead of supporting your journey, they're trying to replicate it, often to compete or draw attention to themselves. I've seen this happen professionally too. When I pitched a new idea at work, a colleague soon presented a nearly identical concept as their own, tweaking it just enough to make it seem original. Their mirroring wasn't about collaboration, it was about claiming recognition. In personal relationships, it can be even more pronounced. A friend might start dressing similarly, adopting your hobbies, or mimicking your lifestyle choices. While they may claim it's because they admire you, the underlying intention often involves competing for validation or attention. To handle this, maintain confidence in your unique path. Remember, their attempts to replicate you are a sign of their admiration mixed with insecurity. Avoid letting their behavior affect your self-esteem or progress. Authenticity always outshines imitation, and staying true to yourself will keep you ahead of the curve. 10. Exaggerated complaints about fairness. I once worked with a colleague who constantly complained about fairness, especially when someone else was recognized for their efforts. When I received an award for a project, they made comments like, "It's nice you got that, but let's be honest, it's probably just because you're closer to the manager." Instead of acknowledging the work I had put in, they framed my success as the result of favoritism or luck. Exaggerated complaints about fairness are a classic sign of envy. People with this mindset often attribute others' achievements to external factors, rather than recognizing their effort or skill. For instance, if you get a promotion, they might say, "Well, it's only because they needed to fill a quota," or "That's just because you've been here longer, not because you're the best at the job." In social settings, this behavior can appear as subtle digs. If you share news of a personal milestone, like buying a car or taking a dream vacation, they might respond with, "Must be nice to have that kind of money. Some of us don't get those breaks." These comments are designed to downplay your hard work and position themselves as victims of an unfair system. This behavior can also emerge in group dynamics. For example, someone may feel entitled to recognition in team projects, claiming, "I did just as much work as they did, but I didn't get any credit." While fairness is important, envious individuals often exaggerate or misinterpret situations to justify their frustration. The best way to handle these complaints is to stay grounded in your truth. Don't feel pressured to justify your achievements. Instead, focus on your effort and results, and surround yourself with people who understand and appreciate the value of hard work. Their exaggerated complaints are a reflection of their insecurity, not your success. Recognizing envy and falsehood in others is a vital skill for protecting your peace and maintaining healthy relationships. By understanding these 10 signs, you're now equipped to navigate these challenges with clarity and confidence. Remember, the behavior of others reflects their struggles, not your worth. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel for more insights on personal growth and relationships. I'd love to hear from you. What signs of envy or falsehood have you encountered in your life? How did you handle them? Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. Your stories might just inspire someone else. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
Once upon a time, in an ancient village nestled near a mountain range, there lived a young man named Kaito. He was known for his creativity and resilience, but beneath his optimistic exterior, Kaito felt trapped by invisible chains. His dreams of success in his work and relationships seemed perpetually out of reach. One evening, after a particularly exhausting day in the fields, Kaito found himself wandering a secluded mountain path. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and cherry blossoms, and the path led him to a small temple bathed in twilight. There sat an elderly Zen master named Hiroshi, quietly tending to a bonsai tree. Hiroshi had a reputation for helping people discover clarity and purpose. Drawn to the master's serene presence, Kaito approached cautiously. "Master Hiroshi," he said, bowing deeply, "I feel lost. My ambitions are clear, but something within me holds me back. How can I overcome this?" Hiroshi looked up, his eyes crinkling with a kind smile. "Sit with me, young man. Let us unravel the chains together." Kaito sat cross-legged on the soft grass, and Hiroshi began to speak. "To move forward, you must first let go. There are 10 habits binding you, like weeds choking a blossoming flower. Let me tell you clearly what they are." Hiroshi placed his hands on his knees and began. "The first habit is complaining. Complaining is like standing in a sinking boat and focusing on the holes instead of finding a way to plug them. It drains your energy and keeps you stuck in the problem. Instead, practice gratitude. Gratitude allows you to see the resources and opportunities around you. For instance, if your work in the fields frustrates you, focus on the strength it has built in your body or the harvest it provides for your family. Gratitude doesn't ignore the challenges. It simply gives you the strength to address them with clarity." Kaito paused, thinking about how often he complained about the hard labor. "I do focus too much on what's wrong," he admitted. "Maybe if I shifted my energy to appreciating what I have, I could start seeing solutions instead of obstacles." He resolved to start each day by listing 3 things he was grateful for. "Second," Hiroshi continued, "comparison is the thief of joy. Imagine a garden where you constantly compare one flower to another. You'll never appreciate the unique beauty of each bloom. When you compare yourself to others, you undermine your own journey and miss the joy of personal growth. Measure your progress against your past self, not against others. Celebrate their successes as inspiration, not as benchmarks for your worth. Remember, the path you're on is yours alone, shaped by your experiences and dreams." Kaito nodded slowly. "I compare myself to the other farmers all the time, and it makes me feel like I'm not good enough. But if I focus on how far I've come, I might feel more confident about my own path." "Third is perfectionism," Hiroshi said. Perfectionism paralyzes action because it convinces you that nothing is good enough unless it's flawless. Waiting for the perfect moment means you never start. Life doesn't demand perfection. It asks for effort and progress. Begin with what you have and refine as you go. Consider the bonsai tree. It doesn't grow in a day. Each snip and adjustment shapes it over time. Your efforts are the same. Start small, and you'll achieve greatness through consistent refinement. That hits close to home, Kaito said with a rueful smile. I've been delaying fixing the irrigation system, waiting for the perfect plan. But if I just start with what I can, I'll improve it along the way. The fourth habit is procrastination. Procrastination is like carrying a heavy pack uphill. The longer you wait, the heavier it feels. Break large tasks into smaller, manageable steps. When you focus on one small action, you lighten the load and create momentum. For example, if you dread preparing your tools for the next season, start by cleaning just one. Action, no matter how small, diminishes fear and builds confidence. I've definitely felt that weight, Kaito admitted. If I can just start with something small, even if it's just sharpening one tool, maybe I can build momentum. Fifth, Hiroshi continued, is overcommitting. Imagine a single flame trying to light too many candles. It spreads itself too thin and risks extinguishing entirely. When you say yes to everything, you dilute your focus and drain your energy. Learn to prioritize. Say no to what doesn't align with your values and goals so you can say yes to what truly matters. It's not selfish. It's necessary for growth and balance. Kaito sighed. I hate saying no because I don't want to disappoint people, but I see how it's draining me. I'll practice being more selective about where I spend my energy. The sixth habit is people-pleasing. Living to satisfy others' expectations is like wearing clothes that don't fit. You lose your comfort and identity. Honor your own needs and live authentically. When you respect yourself, others who truly matter will respect you too. For instance, if you feel compelled to agree with someone to keep the peace, pause and ask yourself if doing so aligns with your values. Honesty with yourself and others fosters genuine relationships. That's a hard one for me, Kaito confessed. I've been trying to make everyone happy, but it's left me feeling empty. I need to start focusing on what truly matters to me. Seventh is self-doubt, Hiroshi said firmly. Self-doubt is a shadow that grows when you stand still. Reflect on your past achievements to remind yourself of your abilities. You've overcome challenges before, and you'll do so again. Confidence doesn't come from never failing. It comes from knowing you can rise after every fall. Keep a journal of your successes, no matter how small, and revisit it when doubt creeps in. I often forget my own successes, Kaito said thoughtfully. I'll start keeping a journal of my achievements to remind myself of what I'm capable of. The eighth habit is multitasking, Hiroshi explained. Multitasking scatters your focus like seeds thrown to the wind. They rarely land where they'll grow. Deep concentration, on the other hand, is like planting a single seed with care. Focus on one task at a time, and you'll achieve mastery and greater satisfaction. For example, if you're repairing a fence, set aside distractions like conversations until it's finished. Quality work comes from undivided attention. I'm always juggling too many things, Kaito admitted. I'll try focusing on one task at a time and see if it makes a difference. Ninth, Hiroshi continued, is avoiding feedback. Feedback is a mirror that reflects areas for growth. Embrace it with humility and curiosity. Constructive criticism isn't a personal attack. It's a tool for refinement. Seek it out and use it to sharpen your skills and perspective. When someone offers feedback, thank them and ask yourself how it can help you grow. I've always been defensive about criticism, Cato said. But if I can view it as a chance to learn, I might grow faster. And finally, the 10th habit is neglecting self-care, Hiroshi said, his tone softening. Self-care is not indulgence, it's sustenance. Imagine trying to draw water from an empty well. You cannot give your best to others or your goals if you're depleted. Prioritize rest, nourishment, and activities that rejuvenate your spirit. Whether it's a walk in nature, a moment of meditation, or simply enjoying a cup of tea, these small acts restore balance and energy. I've been burning the candle at both ends, Kaito admitted. I'll start setting aside time each day to recharge, even if it's just a short walk or quiet meditation. Kaito took a deep breath, feeling both humbled and enlightened. Thank you, Master Hiroshi. Your words resonate deeply. I will strive to let go of these habits. Hiroshi smiled warmly. The journey will not be easy, but every step you take will bring you closer to freedom. Remember, transformation begins with awareness and is sustained through action. The moon had risen high by the time their conversation ended. Kaito felt lighter, as if a great burden had been lifted. Bowing deeply, he said, I will not forget your lessons, Master. In the weeks that followed, Kaito applied Hiroshi's teachings. He began each day with gratitude, set boundaries, and tackled his goals with imperfect but determined steps. Slowly, his life transformed. Opportunities blossomed, relationships deepened, and peace replaced his inner turmoil. Word of Kaito's transformation spread, and others sought him out for advice. Remembering Hiroshi's guidance, Kaito shared what he had learned, becoming a beacon of hope for those ready to release their own wings. And so, the story of Kaito and the 10 habits reminded all who heard it that within each of us lies the power to cultivate success, one thoughtful step at a time.
Have you ever found yourself brimming with ideas and ambitions, only to see them fizzle out after a few weeks? Do you often start projects with enthusiasm, but struggle to maintain the momentum needed to see them through? If so, you're not alone. Many people grapple with the challenge of consistency, knowing deep down that they have more to give, more to achieve, and more to experience in this life, but feeling unable to sustain the actions required to reach their full potential. Consistency is the secret ingredient that transforms fleeting efforts into enduring success. It's not about grand gestures or bursts of intense activity, but about the steady, disciplined actions taken day in and day out. In the words of Jim Rohn, success is nothing more than a few simple disciplines practiced every day. This seemingly simple yet profoundly powerful truth is what separates those who merely dream from those who achieve. In this guide, we will explore the essence of consistency and how you can cultivate it in your life. By delving into 3 foundational principles, clarifying your why, accountability, and intentional action, you will discover the tools and mindset needed to build a life of unwavering discipline and remarkable achievements. This journey is not just about accomplishing goals, it's about transforming your approach to life, embracing a Stoic philosophy that emphasizes resilience, purpose, and relentless commitment. Prepare to unlock the potential within you, to harness the power of consistency, and to achieve the kind of lasting success that most people only ever dream of. Let's embark on this journey together, starting with the first crucial step, clarifying your why. Number 1, clarify your why. To embark on any meaningful journey, you must first understand the deeper reason behind your actions. This is not just about setting goals, it's about uncovering the core purpose that drives you, the why that ignites your passion and keeps you resilient in the face of adversity. When you have a profound reason guiding your actions, you are equipped with an anchor, a steadying force that ensures you remain focused and motivated. No matter how turbulent the waters of life may become, in the philosophy of Stoicism, clarity of purpose is paramount. The ancient Stoics believed that to live a fulfilling life, one must act in harmony with their values and principles. This alignment between your actions and your core beliefs forms the bedrock of true consistency. Ask yourself, what is it that you deeply desire? What values do you hold most sacred? What vision do you have for your life, not just in terms of achievements, but in the way you live and the impact you leave behind? Your why should be a beacon that guides you through the darkest times. Consider the journey of Marcus Aurelius, a Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher who faced countless challenges during his reign. Despite the immense pressures and adversities, he remained steadfast, driven by a profound sense of duty to his people and a commitment to his philosophical principles. His why was not merely to rule, but to serve as a just and virtuous leader, to live in accordance with the Stoic values of wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. In your own life, finding this level of clarity requires introspection and honesty. Reflect deeply on what truly matters to you. Is it the well-being of your family, the pursuit of knowledge, the desire to contribute to your community or make a difference in the world? Your why should resonate with your innermost values and passions, creating a compelling vision that inspires you to persist even when faced with obstacles. Once you have identified your why, let it permeate every aspect of your life. Use it as a touchstone when making decisions, a source of strength when encountering difficulties, and a guiding principle for your daily actions. When your efforts are aligned with this deeper purpose, consistency becomes not just a discipline, but a natural expression of your commitment to your values. Remember, the journey to consistency is not about perfection, but about persistent effort. There will be days when motivation wanes and distractions abound. During these times, return to your why. Let it remind you of the bigger picture, the overarching narrative of your life story. In the words of Seneca, another great Stoic philosopher, if a man knows not to which port he sails, no wind is favorable. Your why is that port, a clear destination that ensures you navigate life's challenges with purpose and determination. In conclusion, to cultivate true consistency, you must first clarify your why. This deep, compelling reason will sustain you through challenges, providing the motivation and alignment needed to persist in your efforts. Let your why be the foundation upon which you build your daily actions, ensuring that every step you take is in harmony with your core values and ultimate vision. Number 2, accountability. Once you have clarified your why, the next critical step is to establish a robust system of accountability. In the pursuit of consistency, accountability serves as a crucial mechanism to keep you on track, ensuring that your actions align with your goals and values. By involving others in your journey, you create a support network that not only motivates you, but also holds you responsible for your commitments. Accountability is a principle deeply rooted in Stoicism. The Stoics understood the importance of community and mutual support in maintaining personal discipline. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, often reflected on the influence of his mentors, peers, and the people around him. He acknowledged that while self-discipline is vital, the guidance and encouragement of others can significantly enhance one's ability to remain consistent. To build a system of accountability, start by identifying individuals who can support you in your journey. These could be mentors, coaches, trusted friends, or family members who understand your goals and values. The key is to choose people who will challenge you to stay true to your commitments, offer constructive feedback, and celebrate your successes. These accountability partners should be people who believe in your potential and are willing to invest their time and energy in your growth. In practical terms, setting up regular check-ins with your accountability partners can be immensely beneficial. These sessions can serve as a platform for you to discuss your progress, share challenges, and receive guidance. The mere knowledge that someone else is keeping track of your efforts can be a powerful motivator, compelling you to maintain your discipline and follow through on your plans. Moreover, accountability can extend beyond personal relationships to include formal structures. Joining a group or community that shares similar goals can provide additional layers of support and motivation. Whether it's a professional association, a mastermind group, or an online community, being part of a collective effort can inspire you to stay consistent and committed. One of the significant benefits of accountability is that it helps counteract the human tendency to procrastinate or make excuses. When left to our own devices, it's easy to rationalize why we didn't stick to our plans. However, when we know that we have to report our actions to someone else, we are more likely to push through resistance and uphold our commitments. This external pressure can be a powerful antidote to the internal inertia that often hinders progress. In the Stoic tradition, the concept of accountability also involves self-reflection and personal honesty. Keeping a journal where you record your daily actions, reflect on your progress, and evaluate your adherence to your goals can serve as a personal accountability tool. This practice allows you to take an objective look at your efforts, identify areas for improvement, and reinforce your commitment to consistency. In summary, accountability is a fundamental pillar of consistency. By surrounding yourself with supportive individuals and creating formal structures for regular check-ins, you reinforce your commitment to your goals. This network of accountability partners helps you stay motivated, provides valuable feedback, and ensures that you remain on track. Remember, as the Stoics taught, we are stronger together, and through mutual support and accountability, we can achieve remarkable consistency and success. Number 3, intentional action. With your why clearly defined and a solid accountability system in place, the final piece of the puzzle is to take intentional action. Consistency is not merely a theoretical concept. It is manifested through deliberate, purposeful actions repeated over time. This is where the practical application of your plans takes shape, transforming your goals into tangible outcomes. Intentional action requires you to establish a structured daily routine that supports your objectives. This involves setting specific, manageable tasks that align with your broader goals and breaking them down into actionable steps. The Stoics believed in the power of daily practices and routines to cultivate virtue and excellence. By embedding consistency into your daily life, you create a framework that ensures continuous progress, regardless of external circumstances. Start by identifying the key activities that directly contribute to your goals. These activities should be prioritized in your daily schedule, receiving the attention and focus they deserve. For instance, if your goal is to improve your physical health, dedicate time each day for exercise, meal planning, and rest. If your aim is professional development, allocate periods for learning, networking, and skill building. The specificity of your actions is crucial. Vague intentions rarely translate into consistent behaviors. To enhance the effectiveness of your daily routine, leverage the power of habits. Habits are automatic behaviors that, once established, require minimal conscious effort to maintain. By transforming your intentional actions into habits, you reduce the mental load associated with decision-making and increase the likelihood of sustained effort. The Stoics, too, emphasized the importance of habituation in their teachings, advocating for the cultivation of positive habits that reinforce virtue and resilience. A practical approach to habit formation involves starting small and gradually building up. Begin with manageable actions that are easy to integrate into your daily routine. For example, if you aim to write every day, start with just 5 minutes of writing each morning. As this habit becomes ingrained, incrementally increase the duration and complexity of the task. This method ensures that the new behavior is sustainable and less likely to be abandoned due to overwhelm. Another effective strategy is habit stacking, where you pair a new habit with an existing one. This technique leverages the power of your current routines to introduce new behaviors seamlessly. For instance, if you already have a habit of drinking coffee every morning, you could use this time to also review your goals for the day or engage in a brief meditation session. By linking new actions to established routines, you create a supportive environment for consistency. In addition to habits, maintaining flexibility in your approach is essential. Life is unpredictable, and rigid plans can easily be derailed by unforeseen events. A Stoic mindset involves accepting the variability of life and adapting your actions accordingly. If a particular task cannot be completed as planned, find alternative ways to stay on course. This adaptability ensures that temporary setbacks do not lead to a complete abandonment of your goals. To reinforce your intentional actions, regularly review and adjust your routines. Reflect on what is working well and identify areas for improvement. This ongoing evaluation allows you to fine-tune your approach, ensuring that your actions remain aligned with your goals and values. The Stoics practice daily self-examination, a process of reflecting on their actions and intentions to cultivate wisdom and virtue. Incorporate this practice into your routine to maintain a clear focus on your path to consistency. In conclusion, intentional action is the practical embodiment of consistency. By establishing structured routines, cultivating positive habits, and maintaining flexibility, you create a sustainable framework for achieving your goals. This deliberate approach, rooted in Stoic principles, ensures that your efforts are focused, purposeful, and resilient in the face of challenges. Embrace intentional action as a cornerstone of your journey towards consistency, and watch as your disciplined efforts transform your aspirations into reality. As we draw this journey to a close, I invite you to reflect deeply on the path ahead. Consistency is not just a practice, it is a commitment to yourself, a vow to honor your deepest values and aspirations every single day. It's about forging a bond with your future self, a promise to strive relentlessly, to show up and to push through, no matter the obstacles that come your way. Imagine the life you could create with unwavering consistency. Picture the goals you would achieve, the growth you would experience, and the impact you could have. See yourself not as someone who merely dreams, but as someone who acts, who perseveres, who makes things happen. This is the power of consistency. It transforms potential into reality and dreams into accomplishments. Remember, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Clarify your why. Surround yourself with a circle of accountability and take intentional, disciplined actions every day. Let these principles guide you, and let your commitment to consistency be the cornerstone of your success. In the Stoic tradition, we find wisdom in the face of adversity, strength in the pursuit of virtue, and serenity in the acceptance of life's challenges. Embrace these teachings as you navigate your path. Know that every step you take, no matter how small, is a testament to your resilience and determination. So, as you move forward, carry with you the words of Seneca. It is not because things are difficult that we do not dare. It is because we do not dare that they are difficult. Dare to be consistent. Dare to commit fully to your goals and dreams. Dare to live a life of purpose, passion, and profound fulfillment. Thank you for embarking on this journey. May your path be illuminated with clarity, fortified with discipline, and enriched with the unwavering pursuit of your true potential. The future is yours for the taking. Seize it with all your heart, and let your consistency be the force that propels you to greatness. Have you ever found yourself at a crossroads, torn between holding on to a relationship because it's familiar and letting go because you know it's stifling your growth? It's a hard realization, but sometimes the people closest to us, the ones we've shared laughter, tears, and countless memories with, aren't meant to be part of our journey forever. This is where the ancient wisdom of Stoicism offers a guiding light. The Stoics, with their timeless insights into human nature and the quest for a fulfilling life, teach us that true personal growth often involves making difficult decisions about who we keep in our lives. In this video, we'll uncover 15 signs that indicate it might be time to end a relationship, even if it involves family or friends. This isn't about cutting people out with cold indifference. It's about intentionally curating our lives to include relationships that uplift, inspire, and challenge us to be our best selves. If you're feeling the weight of this decision and the uncertainty it brings, you're not alone. Join me as we delve into Stoic wisdom to find the courage and clarity needed to make these crucial choices, ultimately leading to a life of greater peace and fulfillment. Number 1. Lack of trust. Trust is the bedrock of any healthy relationship. Without it, the foundation upon which your connection stands becomes unstable, leading to constant stress and insecurity. The Stoics, valuing honesty and integrity above all, would argue that a relationship devoid of trust is misaligned with these virtues. Imagine constantly doubting the words and actions of someone close to you. This perpetual uncertainty erodes your peace of mind, something the Stoics cherish deeply. Trust is not just about believing that someone won't betray you, but also about knowing that they respect and value you enough to be truthful. When trust is repeatedly broken, it signals a fundamental flaw that cannot be ignored. It's like trying to fill a sieve with water. No matter how much effort you put in, it never holds. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control, our responses and decisions. Therefore, if you find yourself in a relationship where trust is consistently undermined, it's wise to consider stepping back. Preserve your dignity and seek connections that foster mutual respect and honesty. Remember, a life aligned with Stoic principles is one where your peace and integrity are not sacrificed for uncertain loyalties. Number 2, toxic patterns. Repeated harmful behaviors create toxic patterns that can subtly poison a relationship over time. Stoicism, with its emphasis on self-improvement and resilience, teaches us to recognize and address such patterns with clarity and courage. Imagine being in a relationship where negative behaviors, be it manipulation, dishonesty, or disrespect, become the norm. These behaviors erode the trust and respect that are crucial for any meaningful connection. The Stoics believed in the importance of living a life of virtue and integrity. Persisting in a relationship mired in toxicity contradicts these ideals. It's like tending to a garden overrun by weeds. Without intervention, the weeds will eventually choke out all the good plants. Recognize the signs of toxic patterns and assess whether efforts to change have been effective. If these patterns persist despite your best efforts, it might be time to let go. Stoicism teaches us to make rational, objective decisions for our well-being. Ending a toxic relationship is not an act of defeat, but a step towards preserving your mental and emotional health. Embrace the wisdom of the Stoics and prioritize relationships that reflect the virtues of respect, honesty, and mutual growth. Number 3, emotional drain. Relationships should be a source of energy and support, not a constant drain on your emotions. According to Stoic principles, maintaining emotional equilibrium is crucial for living a fulfilling life. If you find yourself consistently exhausted or burdened by a relationship, it's a clear sign that the connection is unhealthy. Picture carrying a heavy load that never seems to lighten, no matter how much effort you put into it. This is what an emotionally draining relationship feels like. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what truly enriches our lives and to let go of what does not. If a relationship leaves you feeling depleted rather than invigorated, it's time to reevaluate its place in your life. Emotional drain disrupts your inner peace and hinders your ability to engage fully with the world. It's not selfish to seek out relationships that energize and uplift you. In fact, it's a wise and necessary step towards living a life aligned with Stoic virtues. Surround yourself with people who contribute positively to your well-being, and do not be afraid to distance yourself from those who do not. Remember, your emotional health is paramount, and preserving it is a reflection of your commitment to Stoic principles. Number 4, manipulation and control. Healthy relationships are founded on mutual respect and autonomy. When manipulation and control enter the equation, they erode these foundations, leading to an imbalanced and unhealthy dynamic. Stoicism teaches us the importance of self-mastery and living in accordance with our values. Imagine being in a relationship where your thoughts, actions, and decisions are constantly influenced or dictated by someone else. This undermines your autonomy and distorts your sense of self. Epictetus famously said, "No one is free who is not master of himself." Being subject to manipulation or control strips you of this freedom, which is essential for a virtuous life. It's crucial to recognize these signs and take steps to reclaim your autonomy. This doesn't mean acting with cold indifference, but making intentional choices about who you allow into your inner circle. Relationships should empower you, not constrain you. If you find yourself feeling manipulated or controlled, it's a clear signal that the relationship is misaligned with Stoic ideals. Seek connections that respect your independence and encourage your growth. By doing so, you honor your worth and live more authentically according to Stoic principles. Number 5, illusions versus reality. Stoicism at its heart is about acceptance, embracing the reality of our lives and relationships as they truly are, not as we wish them to be. Holding on to illusions in a relationship can feel comforting, but it ultimately detracts from genuine connection and growth. Imagine viewing your relationship through rose-colored glasses, ignoring red flags and glossing over issues. This creates a distorted perception that prevents you from addressing real problems. The Stoics valued clarity and truth, teaching that strength and freedom come from seeing things as they are. Engaging with the truth allows for authentic relationships built on mutual understanding and respect. If you find yourself clinging to a fantasy rather than facing the reality of your relationship, it's time to reassess. This process requires courage and honesty, but leads to more meaningful connections. By embracing reality, you open the door to genuine growth and emotional freedom. The Stoic way encourages us to navigate our relationships with wisdom and discernment, seeking authenticity over illusion. Let go of fantasies that detract from your well-being and strive for relationships rooted in truth and clarity. This alignment with reality fosters deeper, more fulfilling connections and a life of integrity. Number 6, lack of reciprocity. Reciprocity is key to the health and longevity of any relationship. It ensures a balance of give and take, where both parties contribute equally. When this balance is off, the relationship becomes fundamentally unsustainable. Picture constantly pouring your energy into a relationship, receiving little to nothing in return. This dynamic leads to feelings of resentment and exhaustion for the giver, while fostering dependency or entitlement in the receiver. The Stoics emphasized mutual support and harmony in relationships. For them, contributing to others' well-being should not come at the expense of one's own. If you find yourself in a one-sided relationship, it's essential to address this imbalance. Begin with open communication, expressing your needs and setting clear boundaries. Encourage the other person to contribute more, both materially and emotionally. Healthy relationships require effort from both sides. Stoicism teaches us to respect ourselves and others, striving for balance and mutual respect. If efforts to restore reciprocity fail, it may be necessary to reconsider the relationship's place in your life. Prioritizing reciprocal relationships is not selfish, it's essential for your well-being. Seek connections where mutual support is the norm, fostering trust and deeper connections. Number 7, failed communication. Effective communication is the lifeblood of any thriving relationship. It allows us to express our needs, share our thoughts, and connect on a meaningful level. Without it, relationships flounder in misunderstandings and frustration. When communication breaks down, it's often a sign of deeper issues. The Stoics valued clarity and reason, encouraging us to approach problems with a clear head and a willing heart. If you find yourself in a relationship where attempts to talk things out lead nowhere, it's a red flag. Failed communication can stem from various causes: lack of trust, unresolved resentments, or differing communication styles. Addressing these issues requires patience and persistence. The Stoic practice of self-reflection is invaluable here. Examine your role in the communication breakdown and strive for honesty and empathy. Create a safe space where both parties feel heard and valued. Listen actively, seek to understand, and respond with wisdom. If communication efforts consistently fail despite your best efforts, it may be time to reassess the relationship. Effective communication is essential for any healthy connection. Prioritize relationships where open, honest dialogue is possible, fostering deeper understanding and connection. Number 8, personal growth. Relationships should support and encourage your personal growth, not hinder it. Stoicism places great value on self-improvement and resilience, teaching us to cultivate environments that foster these qualities. Imagine being in a relationship where you feel stagnant, unable to pursue your goals or evolve. This is a clear indication that the relationship is holding you back. Seneca believed that to live a fulfilling life, we must constantly evolve, learn, and push our boundaries. If your relationship prevents you from doing so, it's a red flag. It's not that every relationship must challenge you to the utmost, but it should at least support your aspirations. Relationships should be like a fertile soil where you can grow, not barren land that stifles your potential. Take time to reflect on why you are holding on to a relationship that doesn't allow you to flourish. Is it out of habit, fear, or misplaced loyalty? Stoicism teaches us to live with intention, choosing connections that uplift and inspire us. If a relationship is inhibiting your growth, it's wise to consider its place in your life. Seek relationships that encourage your development and align with your highest virtues. Number 9, abuse. Abuse in any form is a definitive sign that a relationship must end. Stoicism, with its deep respect for human dignity and self-worth, condemns any behavior that violates these principles. Abuse, whether physical, emotional, verbal, or psychological, destroys the trust and safety that relationships should be built upon. Imagine constantly living in fear, your self-esteem eroded by someone who should be a source of support. Stoicism teaches us to recognize our inherent worth and to maintain our dignity and self-respect. Being in an abusive relationship is antithetical to these values. It's crucial to seek help and take steps to exit such situations. This is not a sign of weakness, but of immense strength and self-respect. The Stoics believed in facing challenges with courage and resilience. Exiting an abusive relationship is one of the most challenging yet necessary steps to reclaiming your life and dignity. Seek support from friends, family, or professional services. Healing from abuse is a Stoic journey, reasserting control over your life, reaffirming your values, and rebuilding with integrity. Remember, your well-being is paramount. Prioritize your safety and dignity, and do not hesitate to leave any relationship that compromises these. Number 10, disturbed peace. Relationships that consistently disrupt your inner peace are not worth maintaining. Stoicism teaches us to cultivate tranquility and maintain our equanimity in the face of life's challenges. Imagine a relationship that feels more like a storm than a shelter, constantly disturbing your mental and emotional calm. This is a clear sign that the relationship is misaligned with Stoic principles. Peace of mind is a precious asset, essential for living a good life. The Stoics believed in living harmoniously with nature, including our own nature. If a relationship pulls you away from peace and causes constant unrest, it's wise to step back and reassess. Ask yourself why this relationship disturbs your peace. Is it the other person's behavior, unresolved conflicts, or your own reactions and expectations? Address these issues through honest communication and setting boundaries. However, if the turmoil persists despite your best efforts, it might be time to let go. Ending a relationship that disrupts your peace is not a sign of failure, but of wisdom. Seek relationships that support your tranquility and well-being. In doing so, you honor your journey towards a life of peace, purpose, and profound fulfillment. Number 11, incompatibility of goals. Over time, people can grow in different directions. If your long-term goals and values are fundamentally incompatible with those of the other person, it can lead to ongoing conflict and dissatisfaction. Stoicism encourages living in harmony with your true nature and goals. Imagine being in a relationship where your aspirations are constantly at odds with those of your partner. This misalignment creates friction and prevents both individuals from fully pursuing their paths. The Stoics valued clarity and self-awareness, teaching us to recognize when a relationship hinders our growth and fulfillment. If your goals and values diverge significantly from those of the other person, it's a sign to reassess the relationship. This doesn't mean that every minor difference spells doom, but fundamental incompatibilities can create insurmountable challenges. It's essential to have a heart-to-heart conversation about your respective goals and see if there is a way to align them. If not, it might be time to consider parting ways. Pursuing a life aligned with your true nature is a Stoic ideal, and relationships should support, not obstruct, this journey. Seek connections that align with your values and goals, fostering mutual growth and fulfillment. Number 12, compromising values. Compromising your core values for the sake of a relationship is a price too high to pay. Stoicism teaches us to live with integrity and to stay true to our principles, as these values define who we are. Imagine being in a relationship that constantly asks you to act against your beliefs and moral compass. Over time, this erodes your sense of self and leads to inner conflict. The Stoics believed that living in alignment with one's values is essential for a meaningful life. Betraying these values for the sake of a relationship compromises your integrity and self-respect. It's like building a house on unstable ground. Eventually, everything will collapse. Reflect on whether a relationship asks you to compromise your values. Are you acting in ways that contradict your beliefs? If so, it's a clear sign that the relationship is unhealthy. This doesn't mean you shouldn't make sacrifices or compromises, which are normal in any healthy relationship. However, sacrificing your core values is different. It's a betrayal of your true self. Honor your values and seek relationships that respect and align with them. This commitment to integrity and virtue is the path to a fulfilling life, according to Stoic wisdom. Number 13, lack of respect. Respect is the foundation of any healthy relationship. Without it, trust, love, and genuine understanding cannot flourish. Imagine being in a relationship where you are constantly disrespected, your dignity undermined. This is not just about feeling undervalued, but recognizing that a fundamental aspect of your humanity is being disregarded. The Stoics placed immense emphasis on self-respect and the respect we owe to others. They believed that every individual possesses inherent worth and dignity. A relationship lacking mutual respect is a clear red flag. It's like trying to build a house on sand. Eventually, everything will collapse. Reflect on whether you are being treated with the dignity you deserve. If not, it's time for a serious reassessment. This doesn't necessarily mean cutting someone out of your life with cold precision, but recognizing your own value and making decisions that reflect that. Set clearer boundaries, have honest conversations about your feelings, or if necessary, move on. Respecting yourself and insisting on being treated with respect is not selfish or demanding. It's a reflection of the self-worth that the Stoics believed each of us should cultivate. Prioritize relationships that honor your dignity and values. Number 14, negative emotions. Constant feelings of jealousy, anger, or negativity in a relationship are clear indicators that it is not conducive to your well-being. Stoicism teaches us to focus on maintaining emotional equilibrium and to recognize toxic dynamics. Imagine a relationship filled with constant negativity, dragging you into emotional turmoil. Marcus Aurelius advised that we control our reactions to emotions, not the emotions themselves. If jealousy or anger arises because of someone's actions, it's essential to reflect on these feelings and their root causes. A relationship that consistently evokes negative emotions is like a storm, constantly disrupting your inner peace. This is not the foundation of a healthy, supportive connection. It's crucial to address these issues through open, honest communication and self-reflection. If the negativity persists despite your best efforts, it's a sign that the relationship may be inherently toxic. Remember, Stoicism teaches us to prioritize our emotional well-being and to surround ourselves with people who uplift and inspire us. Seek relationships that contribute positively to your life, fostering peace and emotional stability. By doing so, you honor the Stoic principle of maintaining balance and serenity in your inner world. Number 15, constant drama. A relationship that feels more like a constant storm than a sanctuary is a clear signal that something is amiss. Stoicism places immense value on tranquility and inner peace, teaching us to cultivate a state of calm that remains undisturbed by external chaos. Imagine being in a relationship where drama and conflict are the norms rather than the exceptions. This ongoing turmoil can be emotionally exhausting and mentally draining, disrupting your peace and well-being. Marcus Aurelius and other Stoics emphasize the importance of maintaining our inner equanimity, suggesting that we should distance ourselves from sources of unnecessary disturbance. Constant drama in a relationship undermines your ability to live a life of virtue and tranquility. It's not just about the occasional argument, but about a pervasive pattern that leaves you feeling unsettled and stressed. The Stoics would advise taking a step back and evaluating the impact of this relationship on your mental and emotional health. It's essential to communicate your need for peace and set boundaries to protect your tranquility. If the drama continues despite your efforts, it may be time to consider moving on. Prioritize relationships that offer stability and support rather than chaos and conflict. By doing so, you align yourself with Stoic principles, fostering an environment where you can thrive and maintain your inner calm. Remember, your peace of mind is invaluable, and protecting it is a reflection of your commitment to living a life guided by wisdom and serenity. Reflecting on our relationships through the lens of Stoic wisdom empowers us to make decisions that align with our highest virtues and well-being. Ending a relationship, especially one with close friends or family, is never easy, but sometimes it is necessary for our personal growth and peace. Remember, it's not about cutting ties with cold indifference, but about creating a life filled with meaningful connections that uplift and inspire us. As we part ways today, I hope the insights shared have sparked a deeper understanding of how to navigate your relationships with wisdom and courage. If this video has resonated with you, I invite you to join our journey of exploration and growth. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with anyone who might benefit from these Stoic principles. Let's continue to cultivate lives of profound meaning and joy together. Thank you for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Stay wise and keep striving for that inner tranquility.
10 alarming signs you're in a toxic relationship and how to deal with this problem. Have you ever paused to question why a relationship meant to bring joy and fulfillment leaves you feeling drained, unappreciated, or even trapped? Relationships should nurture our spirit, not weigh it down. Yet, some connections become chains that erode our mental, emotional, and even physical well-being. These are toxic relationships, a silent thief of happiness and peace. A toxic relationship is not defined by occasional conflicts or misunderstandings, which are natural in any bond. Instead, it is one where the negatives far outweigh the positives, leaving you feeling lesser, controlled, or emotionally battered. As the Stoic philosopher Seneca once remarked, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." But toxic relationships blur this line, turning your life into a constant state of turmoil. Why is it so difficult to recognize toxicity? Because love, or what we think is love, clouds our judgment. We tell ourselves stories to justify the pain. They'll change, or maybe I'm too sensitive. These rationalizations only deepen the cycle of harm. The purpose of this article is to shine a light on the subtle and not so subtle signs of toxicity, empowering you to confront what may be one of the hardest truths you'll ever face. But take heart, acknowledging a toxic relationship is the first courageous step toward reclaiming your peace. Marcus Aurelius advised, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." By the end of this journey, you'll not only be able to identify these harmful patterns, but also learn how to take purposeful action to protect yourself. Remember, choosing to prioritize your well-being is not selfish. It is the highest act of self-respect. Your worth demands it. 1. Lack of appreciation or gratitude. A healthy relationship is built on mutual appreciation, a recognition of each other's efforts, qualities, and presence. In a toxic relationship, however, gratitude is often absent. Your contributions go unnoticed, your sacrifices are taken for granted, and your partner behaves as if your presence is an entitlement rather than a privilege. The Stoics believed in cultivating gratitude as a cornerstone of a virtuous life. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "When you arise in the morning, think of what a precious privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love." A relationship devoid of appreciation violates this principle, reducing what should be cherished to something mundane or overlooked. Lack of appreciation can manifest in many ways. Your efforts to nurture the relationship might be ignored, compliments might be scarce, or your kindness might be met with indifference. Over time, this lack of recognition drains your energy and erodes your sense of worth. You might begin to feel like nothing you do is ever enough. To identify this, reflect on how your partner responds to your actions. Do they acknowledge your efforts, or do they brush them aside? Do you feel valued, or does it seem like your contributions are expected without acknowledgement? The solution lies in reclaiming your self-worth. Gratitude begins with yourself, appreciating your own efforts, qualities, and resilience. As Seneca advised, begin at once to live and count each separate day as a separate life. Recognize that you deserve a relationship where your presence and contributions are celebrated. If appreciation is consistently absent, consider whether this relationship aligns with the respect and gratitude you deserve. True love doesn't take you for granted. It sees you, values you, and cherishes the privilege of your companionship. You deserve nothing less. 2. Constant criticism and blame. One of the most telling signs of a toxic relationship is relentless criticism and blame. It's not constructive feedback meant to help you grow. It's a constant barrage of negativity that chips away at your self-esteem. You hear phrases like, "You're always wrong," or "This is your fault." Over time, you start to internalize these words, doubting your worth and blaming yourself for problems that were never yours to solve. Stoic wisdom reminds us that our true value lies within, untouched by external opinions. As Epictetus said, it is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. Yet, in a toxic relationship, the incessant criticism can make it feel impossible to hold on to this truth. Your partner's words can feel like a relentless storm, wearing down even the strongest walls of self-assurance. This cycle of blame often comes with your partner refusing to take accountability. When everything is always your fault, there's no room for mutual growth or understanding. Imagine trying to sail a ship where only one person is tasked with navigating, patching leaks, and rowing. It's bound to sink. To recognize this sign, pay attention to how you feel after interactions. Do you leave conversations feeling belittled or emotionally battered? Do you apologize even when you know deep down that you've done nothing wrong? Breaking this cycle requires the courage to see it for what it is, an imbalance of respect. The Stoics teach us to focus on what is within our control, our thoughts, our reactions, and ultimately our choices. When faced with constant criticism, remind yourself, my worth is not dictated by someone else's opinion. I am more than their words. Recognizing this is the first step toward reclaiming your self-esteem and your peace. 3. Lack of trust and constant suspicion. Trust is the cornerstone of any healthy relationship. Without it, love becomes a battlefield where suspicion and accusations reign. In a toxic relationship, you may find yourself constantly under scrutiny, your texts monitored, your whereabouts questioned, your actions second-guessed. The trust you hope to build feels like sand slipping through your fingers. Seneca wisely stated, "It is the power of the mind to be unconquerable." Yet, constant suspicion can make even the strongest minds waver. When your partner treats you like a suspect instead of a confidant, it creates an atmosphere of paranoia, not love. You begin to feel like you're walking through a minefield, afraid that one wrong step might spark another accusation. This lack of trust often has nothing to do with you, and everything to do with the insecurities of the other person. But their distrust becomes your burden, a weight you carry every day. Instead of focusing on growth and connection, you're trapped in a cycle of proving your innocence. To identify this, reflect on how often you feel the need to explain yourself. Are you defending harmless actions or tiptoeing around accusations that have no basis in reality? Trust, once broken, is difficult to rebuild, especially when suspicion becomes the default state of your relationship. The Stoics teach us that we must act in alignment with our values, regardless of others' doubts. If your actions are honest and your intentions pure, then you owe no one an endless justification. Ask yourself, am I living authentically, or am I conforming to avoid conflict? If the latter, it's time to acknowledge that this lack of trust is not yours to fix. As Marcus Aurelius advised, waste no more time arguing about what a good person should be. Be one. You deserve a relationship where trust flows naturally, not one where it is endlessly questioned. 4. Emotional manipulation or gaslighting. Few things are as damaging as emotional manipulation, particularly gaslighting. This tactic distorts your reality, leaving you doubting your perceptions and even your sanity. It begins subtly. "That never happened," or "You're overreacting." Over time, these remarks escalate, creating a warped reality where you question your own experiences. The Stoics emphasize the importance of reason and clarity. Epictetus taught, "If someone succeeds in provoking you, realize that your mind is complicit in the provocation." In the case of gaslighting, the manipulator's goal is to provoke self-doubt, robbing you of the mental clarity Stoicism values so deeply. Emotional manipulation can look like playing the victim, turning situations around to make you feel guilty for asserting your needs. It's when your partner uses your fears, vulnerabilities, or emotions against you, leaving you feeling powerless and unmoored. To recognize this sign, ask yourself, do I often feel confused or unsure about what really happened during an argument? Do I feel guilty for expressing emotions or boundaries? If so, you might be entangled in the web of manipulation. The way out begins with grounding yourself in truth. The Stoics remind us to rely on reason over emotion. Write down your experiences as they occur. Record what was said and how you felt. This journal becomes your anchor, a reminder that your reality is valid and not subject to someone else's distortion. Remember, manipulation thrives on control. By reclaiming your perception of events, you take the first step toward breaking free. As Seneca advised, no man is free who is not master of himself. Trust your reason, hold on to your truth, and recognize that no healthy relationship requires you to abandon your sense of self. 5. Excessive control. Control is not love. True love fosters freedom, encouraging each partner to grow as an individual while supporting the union. But in a toxic relationship, one partner often seizes control, dictating decisions about who you see, what you wear, how you spend your time, or even what you think. What may start as seemingly innocent concern, "I just want what's best for you," quickly becomes suffocating dominance. The Stoics remind us to distinguish between what is within our power and what is not. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Excessive control from a partner seeks to strip away that power, leaving you feeling dependent and powerless. Control can manifest in financial restrictions, emotional manipulation, or isolation. Your independence becomes a threat to their authority. You might hear things like, "Why do you need anyone else when you have me?" Or, "You can't do that, it's not safe." To identify this, reflect on how much autonomy you truly have. Are your decisions your own, or do they require approval? Do you feel compelled to act against your better judgment just to avoid conflict? Breaking free from control begins with reclaiming your autonomy. Set firm boundaries and assert them, even if it feels uncomfortable. The Stoics teach that true strength lies in self-governance. By choosing your own path, you reclaim the freedom that control seeks to suppress. As Epictetus said, "No one is free who is not master of himself." You have the right to make choices that align with your values, free from fear or coercion. A healthy relationship empowers both partners. It never seeks to dominate one. 6. Isolation from friends and family. A toxic relationship often isolates you from the very people who would help you recognize its harm. Your partner may discourage or outright prevent you from maintaining connections with friends and family, claiming they don't understand us or they're a bad influence. Over time, this isolation creates a dangerous dependency on the toxic partner. The Stoics understood the importance of a supportive community. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Man is made for cooperation." A loving relationship enhances your connections with others. It doesn't sever them. Isolation, however, fosters control, leaving you without external perspectives that could help you see the truth. This tactic can be subtle. It might start with guilt tripping. "Why do you need to go out? Am I not enough?" Or it can escalate to outright forbidding contact under the guise of protection or loyalty. As your world shrinks, you may feel increasingly alone, cut off from the people who once brought you joy and support. To identify this, consider how your social life has changed since the relationship began. Do you feel guilt or anxiety when spending time with loved ones? Are you avoiding people because it's easier than dealing with your partner's reactions? The path forward requires courage. Reconnect with your support network, even if it feels difficult at first. Share your experiences with those you trust and let them remind you of the person you were before isolation set in. The Stoics teach us to act in harmony with reason and virtue, and that includes maintaining the bonds that nurture our well-being. As Seneca advised, associate with those who will make a better man of you. Seek out relationships that uplift you, not ones that isolate you. True love expands your world. It never narrows it. 7. Disrespect for boundaries. Boundaries are the foundation of a healthy relationship. They protect your individuality and ensure mutual respect. In a toxic relationship, however, boundaries are not just ignored, they are outright disrespected. Your partner might invade your personal space, read private messages, or dismiss your right to say no. These actions send a clear message. Your autonomy is not valued. Stoicism teaches us the importance of personal sovereignty. As Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." When someone continually disregards your boundaries, they undermine your freedom and sense of self. This erosion can leave you feeling helpless, as if your preferences and needs hold no weight. Disrespect for boundaries often manifests as entitlement. Your partner might say, "If you love me, you wouldn't hide things," or "I know what's best for you." This manipulation creates guilt, making you feel as though asserting your boundaries is selfish or unreasonable. To recognize this, ask yourself, do I feel uncomfortable setting limits with my partner? Are my boundaries dismissed, minimized, or met with anger? Healthy relationships thrive on mutual respect, where no is honored without question. The path forward begins with clarity. Clearly define your boundaries and communicate them assertively. If they're met with resistance, recognize this as a red flag. The Stoics remind us that we cannot control others, only ourselves. Protect your boundaries with the resolve of someone who values their self-respect. As Marcus Aurelius advised, be tolerant with others and strict with yourself. While tolerance has its place, it does not mean tolerating disrespect. Guard your boundaries fiercely. They are a reflection of your self-worth and an essential shield against toxicity. 8. Lack of support or empathy. In a thriving relationship, partners are each other's greatest supporters, celebrating victories and offering comfort during challenges. In a toxic relationship, however, empathy is absent and support feels conditional or non-existent. You may feel like your struggles are dismissed, your goals minimized, or your emotions invalidated. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of mutual understanding and compassion. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Whenever you are about to find fault with someone, ask yourself the following question: what fault of mine most nearly resembles the one I am about to criticize?" A toxic partner, however, lacks this self-awareness and instead prioritizes their needs over yours. This lack of empathy can manifest in subtle ways. When you share your feelings, you might hear, "Why are you making such a big deal out of this?" Or, "You're always so dramatic." Over time, these dismissive responses make you feel invisible, as though your emotions are a burden rather than something to be embraced. To identify this, ask yourself, does my partner show genuine interest in my well-being? Do they listen without judgment? Or do they dismiss my feelings as unimportant? A lack of empathy creates a one-sided relationship where your needs are neglected. Rebuilding your confidence starts with acknowledging your inherent worth. The Stoics teach us to focus on what we can control, our actions and our responses. If your partner refuses to support you, redirect that energy inward. Build your resilience and seek empathy from those who truly value you. As Seneca advised, it is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor. If your partner's lack of empathy leaves you emotionally starved, it's a sign to seek abundance elsewhere, in relationships that nourish your spirit. 9. Feeling drained or insecure. A healthy relationship should leave you feeling uplifted and secure. If instead you feel emotionally drained or plagued with insecurity, it's a sign that something is deeply wrong. Toxic relationships are exhausting because they demand constant emotional labor without offering the reassurance or support you need. Stoicism teaches us to guard our peace of mind. Epictetus said, "No great thing is created suddenly," reminding us that true contentment takes time and effort. But if a relationship consistently erodes your sense of self, it's not building greatness, it's tearing it down. Feeling drained often comes from being caught in cycles of conflict, manipulation, or neglect. You might feel like you're giving everything without receiving anything in return. Insecurity can arise when your partner's actions make you question your worth, leaving you vulnerable to doubt and fear. To recognize this, reflect on how the relationship affects your well-being. Do you feel more confident and at peace? Or does it seem like the relationship takes more than it gives? Pay attention to your energy levels and your internal dialogue. Both are key indicators of your emotional state. The way forward is to prioritize your well-being. Engage in practices that restore your energy, like meditation, journaling, or spending time with supportive people. As Marcus Aurelius advised, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Redirect your thoughts towards self-care and self-worth, and consider whether the relationship aligns with your values. Remember, a relationship should be a partnership, not a source of perpetual struggle. Protect your peace as fiercely as the Stoics protected their principles. 10. Physical or verbal abuse. Physical or verbal abuse is the clearest and most alarming sign of a toxic relationship. Any form of harm, be it physical violence, threats, or demeaning language, violates the fundamental respect every person deserves. Abuse is not a mistake or a misstep. It is a deliberate act of control and harm. The Stoics teach us to value our inherent dignity. Seneca wrote, A man is as unhappy as he has convinced himself he is. Abuse convinces you that you are unworthy of respect, trapping you in a cycle of fear and submission. But this is a lie, a distortion of your true value. Physical abuse often begins subtly, with minor incidents that escalate over time. Verbal abuse, too, can be insidious, cutting remarks, insults disguised as jokes, or yelling that leaves you shaken. Both forms of abuse are designed to undermine your confidence and instill fear. To recognize this, ask yourself, do I feel safe in this relationship? Do I flinch at their words or actions? Safety, physical, emotional, and mental, is a non-negotiable right, not a privilege. The path forward requires courage. If you're experiencing abuse, prioritize your safety above all else. Seek help from trusted friends, family, or professional organizations. As Marcus Aurelius advised, do not be ashamed of needing help. You have a duty to fulfill the demands of your nature. Your nature demands safety, respect, and love. Abuse is never your fault, and staying in such a situation is not a Stoic act of endurance, it is self-harm. Choose your well-being. Choose to step away. Because, as the Stoics remind us, you cannot live a virtuous life if you are not free. Solutions and steps to take. Recognizing the signs of a toxic relationship is a brave and essential first step. However, awareness alone isn't enough. Purposeful action is required to reclaim your peace and happiness. As the Stoics teach, we must focus on what is within our control, our thoughts, choices, and responses. Here are practical steps to guide you toward liberation and healing. 1. Self-reflection. Start by taking an honest inventory of your relationship. Are you sacrificing your well-being for the sake of maintaining the bond? Write down your experiences, emotions, and patterns of behavior in the relationship. Seneca reminds us, you must know for which harbor you are headed if you are to catch the right wind. Clarity is the first step toward transformation. 2. Open communication. If it feels safe, express your concerns to your partner calmly and assertively. Use I statements to focus on your feelings without triggering defensiveness. For example, I feel hurt when my boundaries are ignored. However, remember Marcus Aurelius's wisdom. Waste no time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. If your concerns are met with dismissiveness or hostility, it may confirm the toxicity. 3. Seek support. Don't face this journey alone. Reach out to trusted friends, family, or a therapist for emotional and practical support. As Stoics valued the power of community, so should you. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "We are made for cooperation." Sharing your struggles can bring clarity and strength. 4. Set boundaries. Clearly define what behaviors you will no longer tolerate. Communicate these boundaries firmly and enforce them consistently. Boundaries are not ultimatums, they are acts of self-respect. Epictetus advised, know first who you are and then adorn yourself accordingly. Protect your values and sense of self by standing firm. 5. Consider exiting the relationship. If toxicity persists, prioritize your safety and explore the possibility of leaving. Prepare an exit plan if needed, especially in cases of abuse. Leaving is not failure, it is an act of courage and self-love. The Stoics believed in living in accordance with nature, and no one is meant to thrive in an environment of harm. Self-care. Tips for healing. Post-relationship, focus on rebuilding your confidence and resilience. Practice mindfulness to ground yourself in the present. Pursue hobbies or activities that bring joy and meaning. Remember, As Seneca taught, as long as you live, keep learning how to live. Use this experience as a stepping stone for growth. Toxic relationships challenge us, not just emotionally, but on a deeply personal level. They test our boundaries, self-esteem, and our ability to recognize what we truly deserve. But as the Stoics remind us, adversity can be a teacher. Marcus Aurelius said, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." Recognizing and addressing toxicity is not just an act of survival, it's an act of profound self-respect. Remember, every individual deserves a relationship built on mutual respect, trust, and love. The pain of acknowledging toxicity is temporary, but the growth and freedom it fosters are lasting. By taking purposeful action, whether through setting boundaries, seeking support, or leaving the relationship, you are choosing to honor your worth. Your journey toward healing may not be easy, but it will be transformative. As Epictetus taught, difficulties show what men are. Each step you take toward a healthier, happier future is a testament to your courage and strength. You are not defined by the toxicity you've endured, but by the steps you take to reclaim your peace. Choose yourself. Choose your happiness. Choose a life that aligns with the dignity and worth you inherently possess. The path forward is yours to walk, and it begins with one brave decision. If you found this video insightful, please give it a thumbs up. It really helps more people discover this important message. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel so you can join us in exploring more wisdom that empowers and uplifts. And if you know someone who could benefit from this wisdom, share this video with them, because everyone deserves a relationship built on respect, trust, and love. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
Ever found yourself endlessly waiting for a reply from someone who just won't text back? You feel ignored, confused, and maybe even frustrated. But what if I told you that this situation isn't a reflection of your worth, but a hidden opportunity to flip the script? In today's video, we're diving into a Stoic approach to handling silence and rejection with power and control. It's not about playing games or manipulating. This is about becoming your strongest, most resilient self. You'll learn why her silence doesn't define you and how, with the right mindset, you can transform this situation into a massive boost for your confidence and self-worth. Imagine not just handling being ignored, but thriving because of it. We're going to cover actionable steps, from staying calm and unbothered to embracing the power of silence and detachment. By the end of this video, you won't be reacting to someone else's behavior. You'll be responding with poise and purpose. Stick around to discover how to harness the timeless wisdom of Stoicism to take control, build your confidence, and make sure you're the one setting the pace in any relationship. 1. Set boundaries for emotional investment. I'll admit there was a time in my life when I didn't understand the importance of setting boundaries, especially when it came to emotional investment. I used to pour all my energy into someone I liked, hoping that by giving more, I'd somehow win their affection. But you know what I learned the hard way? Over-investing emotionally in someone who doesn't reciprocate is like pouring water into a bucket with a hole. It never fills up, and eventually you're the one left drained. There was this woman I really liked. We'd been texting for weeks and everything seemed to be going great, until one day she just stopped responding. No explanation, no reason, just silence. I remember checking my phone obsessively, rereading our previous conversations, trying to figure out where I went wrong. It consumed me to the point where I wasn't focused at work, skipped the gym, and felt like I was in a constant state of anxiety. One day, a good friend of mine said something that hit me like a ton of bricks. Why are you giving so much power to someone who can't even send a text back? You're worth more than that. That's when it clicked. I realized I was investing my time, emotions, and energy into someone who clearly wasn't doing the same for me. Worse, I wasn't leaving anything for myself. That's when I knew I needed to set boundaries. Not for her, but for me. Here's what I did. I stopped reaching out. I told myself that if someone values me, they'll show it without me having to chase them. It wasn't easy, trust me. There were days I'd stare at my phone, tempted to send another message, but I resisted. Instead, I redirected that energy into things that made me feel good about myself. I started running again, took up reading, and even reconnected with friends I hadn't seen in a while. It wasn't an overnight transformation, but with every small step, I started to feel more in control. What I learned during that time is this. Setting boundaries is not about punishing the other person. It's about protecting your peace and preserving your self-worth. It's saying, I deserve to be treated with the same effort and respect that I give. If someone isn't willing to meet you halfway, that's their loss, not yours. This doesn't mean I closed myself off from relationships, far from it. But now I approach them differently. I observe actions more than words. If someone consistently shows me that they're not as invested, I step back. No hard feelings, no drama, just a quiet acknowledgement that my energy is better spent elsewhere. Looking back, I'm actually grateful for the experience because it taught me a valuable lesson. I'm responsible for how I allow others to treat me. Setting boundaries isn't selfish, it's self-care, and in doing so, I've created space for the right people to enter my life, people who see my worth without me having to convince them. So, if you're in a situation where you feel ignored or undervalued, ask yourself, am I respecting my own boundaries? Am I investing too much into someone who's giving too little? If the answer is yes, it's time to pull back. Trust me, your future self will thank you. 2. Do nothing. And you know what? She started initiating more conversations, but by then, I'd learned something crucial. I didn't need her or anyone else to validate me. That realization ties perfectly into the second point, doing nothing. Doing nothing might sound counterintuitive, especially in a world where we're constantly told to take action or fix things. But when someone ignores you, sometimes the most powerful move is no move at all. This isn't about playing games or trying to manipulate the situation. It's about understanding that your value doesn't depend on someone else's attention or approval. I used to think silence was the enemy. If I didn't respond to being ignored, I felt like I was losing control, like I wasn't doing enough to salvage the situation. But in reality, constantly trying to fix something that isn't reciprocated only puts you in a weaker position. Chasing after someone who's ignoring you sends a clear message. Your validation is more important to me than my self-respect. And let me tell you, that's not a message you want to send. So, the next time someone goes silent, here's what you do. Nothing. Don't send another text. Don't check their social media, and definitely don't overthink the situation. Instead, redirect that energy into yourself. When I say do nothing, I mean resist the urge to react emotionally or impulsively. Let their silence speak for itself, and respond with your own silence. This isn't a game, it's a statement of strength. I remember one instance when doing nothing completely shifted the dynamic. A woman I had been talking to suddenly stopped replying after what seemed like a great conversation. My instinct was to follow up and ask if everything was okay, but I stopped myself. I decided to let her be, and instead focused on my own life. I went to the gym, worked on a side project I'd been putting off, and spent time with friends. To my surprise, a few days later, she reached out with an apology, saying she'd been overwhelmed with work. By doing nothing, I showed that I wasn't dependent on her response to maintain my sense of self-worth. And even if she hadn't reached out, it wouldn't have mattered. I had already moved on and spent that time building myself up instead of tearing myself down with overthinking. The power of doing nothing lies in the message it sends. I am not controlled by your actions or your silence. I control how I feel, and I choose to focus on myself. This approach not only strengthens your emotional resilience, but also makes you more attractive. Why? Because people are naturally drawn to those who are confident, self-assured, and unaffected by external circumstances. So, the next time you're tempted to double text or obsess over someone's lack of response, stop and remind yourself, sometimes the strongest action is inaction. Doing nothing allows you to reclaim your emotional energy, preserve your dignity, and focus on what truly matters. You. 3. Reframe rejection as redirection. It took me a long time to see rejection differently. For years, every time someone ignored me, I felt like I'd failed. I'd replay conversations in my head, analyzing every word, wondering what I did wrong. I couldn't see it for what it truly was. Not a dead end, but a redirection towards something better. One of the most empowering lessons I've learned is that rejection is rarely personal. Often it's a sign that the person or situation isn't aligned with who you are or where you're headed. Instead of focusing on what you're losing, focus on what you're gaining. The opportunity to grow, the chance to focus on yourself, and the space to invite something or someone more compatible into your life. I remember a specific time when I was texting someone I really liked. We had great conversations, but suddenly she stopped replying. I was crushed. I felt like I had messed up, and for weeks I couldn't let it go. But in the process of obsessing over her silence, I realized something. I had put her on a pedestal. I was so focused on winning her over that I had forgotten about my own needs and goals. Her ignoring me forced me to take a step back and reevaluate. I decided to reframe her rejection as a redirection. Instead of seeing her silence as a reflection of my worth, I saw it as a sign that I needed to realign my priorities. I threw myself into the things I'd been neglecting, working out, learning a new skill, and reconnecting with old friends. And you know what? Over time, I started to feel grateful for the experience. Her lack of interest freed me to focus on myself in a way I hadn't in years. What I learned is that rejection is not the end of the story. It's the beginning of a new chapter. Every time someone closes a door, they're creating space for something better to come into your life. It might be a deeper connection with yourself, a new passion, or even someone who appreciates you for who you truly are. Now, whenever I face rejection, I remind myself, this is redirection. I think about all the times something didn't work out, only for something better to follow. Maybe that job you didn't get led to an even better opportunity. Maybe the relationship that didn't work out taught you lessons that prepared you for the love of your life. It's all about perspective. When you reframe rejection as redirection, you take the power back. You stop seeing yourself as a victim of someone else's choices and start seeing yourself as the creator of your own destiny. So, the next time someone ignores you, ask yourself, what am I being redirected toward? What can I gain from this experience? By shifting your focus from what you've lost to what you can gain, you'll find that rejection isn't something to fear. It's something to embrace. 4. Shift the focus back to you. When someone ignores you, it's easy to get caught up in the whirlwind of questions. Why aren't they responding? Did I do something wrong? Are they talking to someone else? I've been there, and I know how quickly those thoughts can spiral out of control. But the truth is, the more energy you give to someone who isn't reciprocating, the more you're neglecting the most important person in your life, yourself. I learned this lesson during a particularly rough time. I was texting someone I thought was interested in me, but suddenly her replies stopped coming. I wasted so much time refreshing my phone, hoping for a message that never came. My mood was tied to her actions, and my entire day could be ruined by her silence. Then one day, I looked in the mirror and thought, why am I letting someone else control my happiness like this? That moment was a turning point. I decided to shift the focus back to myself. Instead of obsessing over her lack of response, I redirected that energy into my own growth. I started hitting the gym more consistently, working toward a goal I had neglected. I picked up a new hobby, photography, that gave me a creative outlet and a sense of accomplishment. I even started catching up with friends I hadn't spoken to in a while. Something amazing happened when I made myself the priority. Not only did I feel better, but I also started attracting better energy into my life. The more I focused on becoming the best version of myself, the less I cared about whether or not she texted me back. I realized that my self-worth wasn't tied to her attention. It came from within. Here's what I discovered. When you shift the focus back to yourself, you become magnetic. People are naturally drawn to those who are passionate about their goals, confident in their abilities, and fully engaged in their own lives. It's not about pretending to be busy or trying to make someone jealous. It's about genuinely investing in your growth and happiness. Think about a time when you were deeply focused on something that mattered to you, whether it was a fitness goal, a creative project, or a career milestone. Remember how good it felt to wake up every day with purpose. That's the energy you need to channel. When you're locked in on your own mission, you stop worrying about who's texting you back because you're too busy building a life you're proud of. The next time someone ignores you, use it as a wake-up call. Ask yourself, am I spending my energy wisely? Am I giving more attention to this person than I'm giving to myself? If the answer is yes, it's time to make a change. Hit the gym, dive into a project, reconnect with friends, or explore a new passion. Whatever you do, make sure it's for you. By shifting the focus back to yourself, you reclaim your power. You show that your happiness doesn't depend on someone else's attention, but on your own choices and actions. That's the kind of confidence that not only feels amazing, but also draws the right people into your life. 5. Use reverse psychology. One of the most surprising lessons I've learned in situations where someone ignores you is the power of reverse psychology. It's not about being manipulative or playing mind games. It's about showing strength by refusing to react emotionally or desperately. When you stop chasing someone's attention, you shift the entire dynamic in your favor. I'll never forget a time when I unintentionally used reverse psychology and saw how effective it could be. There was a woman I'd been texting, and suddenly she went silent. My initial instinct was to send another message or ask if I'd done something wrong. But I held back, mainly because I was tired of feeling like I was chasing people who didn't value my effort. So, instead of double texting, I decided to focus on my own life. I went out with friends, started posting about my fitness progress, and genuinely enjoyed myself. A week later, she messaged me out of the blue. "Hey, you've been quiet lately. Everything okay?" I was taken aback because I hadn't done anything to provoke her response, other than choosing to live my life without waiting for her attention. That's when it clicked. By not reacting to her silence, I had shown her that I wasn't dependent on her validation, and it made her curious. Here's the key to using reverse psychology effectively. It's not about ignoring someone to make them feel bad or playing hard to get. It's about demonstrating that you're confident and emotionally in control. When you stop seeking someone's validation, you communicate that your happiness and sense of self-worth aren't tied to their actions. This can make you stand out from others who might be desperately trying to win their attention. To use reverse psychology in a genuine and impactful way, focus on these steps. 1. Stop chasing. If someone stops responding, resist the urge to send follow-up messages or seek an explanation. Let their silence speak for itself. 2. Live your life. Redirect your energy into things that make you happy and fulfilled. Hit the gym, work on a personal project, or spend quality time with friends and family. Show, both to yourself and to the world, that your life doesn't revolve around someone else's attention. 3. Share your growth subtly. This doesn't mean bragging or trying to show off. Instead, share the things you're genuinely proud of, your achievements, hobbies, or experiences. People notice when you're focused on bettering yourself. 4. Respond calmly when they reach out. If they come back around, as they often do, avoid being bitter or overly eager. Respond with kindness, but maintain emotional distance. Show that while you're open to connecting, you're not desperate for their validation. Reverse psychology works because it flips the script. Instead of giving someone control over your emotions, you take the reins by focusing on your growth and happiness. This not only builds your confidence, but also makes you more attractive, not just to them, but to everyone around you. Ultimately, the goal isn't to win someone back. It's to show yourself that you don't need to chase anyone to feel valued. When you embody this mindset, you naturally attract people who see your worth. And if the person who ignored you doesn't come back, that's okay. You've already won by becoming a stronger, more self-assured version of yourself. Master the art of patience. Patience is one of the hardest lessons I've had to learn, especially in relationships and interactions. When someone ignores you, it's natural to want to resolve the situation immediately. You want answers, closure, or even just acknowledgement. But acting impulsively in the heat of the moment often backfires. What I've discovered is that patience isn't about waiting. It's about how you handle yourself while you wait. I remember a specific situation where my patience, or lack of it, was put to the test. I was talking to someone I really liked, and after a great conversation, she suddenly went radio silent. My first instinct was to send another text to check in, and then another, but something stopped me. I thought to myself, what if I just let this be? What if I allowed time to work its magic instead of forcing a response? It wasn't easy, but I decided to wait. In that waiting period, I shifted my focus back to myself. I started journaling, not just about the situation, but about my thoughts and feelings. Writing helped me process my emotions and recognize that her silence wasn't the end of the world. It was just a temporary moment of uncertainty. I also used that time to dive into my work, spend time with friends, and pick up a new skill I'd been wanting to try. The more I focused on myself, the less urgent her response felt. 2 weeks later, she finally texted me back, apologizing for being so busy. By then, I'd grown so much from the experience that her message didn't carry the same weight it would have if I'd been obsessing over it. I wasn't bitter or resentful. I was calm, collected, and in control. And that's the beauty of patience. It gives you clarity and strength, regardless of the outcome. Practicing patience means resisting the urge to react emotionally in the moment. When someone ignores you, it's easy to let your imagination run wild with worst-case scenarios. But patience teaches you to sit with uncertainty and trust that things will unfold as they should. It's about reminding yourself that your value doesn't depend on someone else's timeline. Here are some practical ways I've cultivated patience. 1. Breathe through the impulse. When you feel the urge to act, whether it's sending a follow-up text or overthinking, pause. Take a few deep breaths and give yourself time to reflect before making any decisions. 2. Distract yourself productively. Fill your time with activities that enrich your life, like exercising, working on a personal project, or catching up with loved ones. The more engaged you are with your own growth, the less you'll focus on someone else's silence. 3. Practice self-compassion. Be kind to yourself during this waiting period. It's okay to feel frustrated or uncertain, but don't let those emotions spiral into self-doubt. Patience is a sign of emotional maturity and self-control. It shows that you trust yourself and your ability to handle whatever comes next. Whether the person reaches out or not, you've already won by staying composed and focused on what truly matters: you. Over time, this level of patience becomes second nature, and it transforms not just how you handle relationships, but how you approach life as a whole. 7. Detach from the outcome. Detaching from the outcome was one of the most liberating lessons I ever learned. When I first heard about this concept, it sounded like giving up. I thought, how can I not care about the outcome when I really like someone? Isn't caring part of the process? But what I misunderstood was that detachment doesn't mean not caring. It means caring more about your own peace and self-worth than the result of any one interaction or relationship. There was a time when I tied my happiness to whether someone texted me back, said yes to a date, or validated me in some way. I'd obsess over the smallest details, replaying conversations in my mind and worrying about how things would play out. It wasn't just exhausting, it was unhealthy. My mood was a roller coaster, entirely dependent on someone else's actions. One day, I hit a breaking point. I remember sitting with a friend who gave me a piece of advice that changed everything. Stop worrying about whether it works out. Worry about whether you're okay no matter what happens. It sounded simple, but it hit me hard. I realized I'd been giving away my emotional stability, allowing someone else to control my happiness. That's when I decided to try something new, letting go of the need to control the outcome. The next time I was in a similar situation, where someone I liked wasn't reciprocating the same energy, I made a conscious effort to detach. I told myself, if they respond, great. If they don't, that's okay too. Either way, I'll be fine. It wasn't easy at first. I had to fight the urge to obsess over the situation or seek closure. But the more I practiced, the more freeing it became. Here's the beauty of detachment. It puts the focus back on you. When you stop worrying about whether they like you or respond to you, you regain your power. You remind yourself that your happiness doesn't depend on external validation. It comes from within. Detachment doesn't mean you don't care about the other person. It means you care more about your peace and well-being. One powerful way I've learned to practice detachment is by asking myself this question: am I okay if this doesn't work out? If the answer is no, it's a sign I'm too emotionally attached to the outcome. That's when I take a step back, focus on myself, and remind myself that my life is full and valuable, with or without this person. Over time, I noticed something surprising. Detachment makes you more attractive. When you're not desperately seeking someone's validation, you exude confidence and self-assuredness. People are drawn to that energy because it's rare and magnetic. The irony is, when you stop chasing a specific outcome, you often end up with better results. Not because you manipulated the situation, but because you showed that you're secure in yourself. So the next time you find yourself overly focused on whether someone likes you or responds to you, pause and practice detachment. Remind yourself that you're enough, no matter what happens. By letting go of the outcome, you'll find a sense of freedom that transforms not just your relationships, but every aspect of your life. 8. Stay calm and unbothered. One of the biggest lessons I've learned in life and relationships is the importance of staying calm and unbothered, especially when things don't go as planned. When someone ignores you, it's easy to let your emotions take over. Frustration, anxiety, and even anger can creep in. But losing your composure only hands over your power to the other person. Staying calm, on the other hand, shows strength, confidence, and emotional control. I used to be the person who reacted immediately. If someone didn't text me back, I'd feel the need to follow up, question why they weren't responding, or overthink the entire situation. It wasn't just draining. It made me come across as insecure and needy, which is exactly the opposite of what I wanted. Eventually, I realized that my emotional reactions weren't helping the situation. They were only making things worse for me. I remember one particular instance when someone I was dating went silent after what I thought was a great conversation. My initial reaction was panic. Did I say something wrong? Did they lose interest? But instead of acting on those emotions, I decided to try something different. I took a deep breath, went for a run to clear my mind, and told myself, their actions don't define me. I control how I feel. That shift in mindset made all the difference. By staying calm, I gave myself the space to think clearly and realize that their silence wasn't about me. It was about them. Maybe they were busy. Maybe they weren't sure how they felt. Or maybe they just weren't as invested as I was. Whatever the reason, it didn't matter. What mattered was how I handled the situation, and staying calm allowed me to maintain my dignity and self-respect. Here's the thing, calmness is powerful. When you refuse to let someone else's actions dictate your emotions, you become unshakable. People notice when you're composed under pressure, and it makes you stand out. Staying calm doesn't mean you don't care. It means you're secure enough in yourself to not be rattled by temporary setbacks. To cultivate calmness, I've found a few strategies that work wonders. 1. Pause before reacting. When you feel the urge to respond emotionally, take a moment to breathe. Give yourself time to process your feelings before taking any action. 2. Engage in calming activities. Physical activity, meditation, or even listening to your favorite music can help you reset your emotional state and regain control. 3. Focus on perspective. Ask yourself, will this matter a week from now? a month? Often, the things that feel overwhelming in the moment are insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Staying calm isn't just about handling specific situations. It's about building a mindset that serves you in every area of your life. When you approach challenges with composure, you not only feel better about yourself, but also become more attractive to others. Confidence, after all, is magnetic, and nothing screams confidence louder than someone who is calm, unbothered, and in control. The next time someone ignores you or tests your patience, resist the urge to react impulsively. Take a step back, breathe, and remind yourself that your peace is too valuable to be disrupted by someone else's behavior. Staying calm isn't just a reaction, it's a choice. And when you choose calmness, you always come out on top. 9. Embrace the power of silence. Silence can be incredibly powerful, especially when someone ignores you. It took me a long time to understand this, but I've learned that not every situation requires a response. Sometimes silence says more than words ever could. When you respond to someone's silence with your own, you're showing that you don't need to chase or seek validation. Instead, you're signaling that you're confident enough to wait, and that your happiness doesn't rely on their attention. I remember a time when someone I was interested in suddenly stopped texting back after a few really good conversations. My initial reaction was to reach out, to try and get some kind of closure, or at least an acknowledgement. But something stopped me. I thought, what if I just let this go? What if I give myself a break and instead let my silence speak for me? Choosing silence was a struggle at first. I was worried they'd forget about me, that they'd think I didn't care, or that they'd move on. But instead of acting on those insecurities, I decided to focus on myself. I poured my energy into my work, went to the gym, picked up a new book, and spent time with friends. The more I embraced the power of silence, the more liberated I felt. I wasn't waiting around for a response. I was actively living my life. Surprisingly, about a week later, they reached out. It wasn't anything extraordinary, just a casual message asking how I'd been. But by that point, I didn't feel the same urgency or need for their validation. My silence had done more for my confidence than any text ever could. I'd learned that staying silent didn't mean I didn't care. It meant I cared more about my self-respect than chasing someone's attention. Silence, when used intentionally, communicates strength and self-assurance. Here's why it works. When someone expects you to react and you don't, it catches them off guard. It makes them wonder why you aren't seeking their approval or why you aren't affected by their absence. This isn't about playing games. It's about showing that you're grounded enough to stand on your own without needing to fill every moment with words or gestures. Here's how you can embrace the power of silence in a healthy, authentic way. 1. Resist the urge to fill the silence. When someone goes quiet, let it be. Don't send a follow-up message or try to force a response. Give the situation the space it needs. 2. Focus on self-growth. Use this time to invest in yourself. Pick up a new hobby, dive into a passion, or reconnect with friends and family. Fill your life with meaningful activities that remind you of your own worth. 3. Be okay with any outcome. Embracing silence means accepting that the other person might not reach out, and that's perfectly fine. When you're truly comfortable with silence, you're at peace with whatever happens next. The power of silence lies in its simplicity. It's a quiet reminder to both you and others that your life is full, even without constant interaction or validation. Silence allows you to focus inward on what truly matters. And when someone finally does break that silence, you'll know that it wasn't because you chased after them. It was because they felt drawn back to your calm, centered energy. So the next time someone ignores you, try responding with silence. You'll be amazed at how much strength you feel from simply letting things be. Silence is not an empty space. It's a declaration of self-worth and the confidence to let go. 10. Reframe rejection as redirection. One of the most empowering shifts I've made in my mindset is learning to see rejection not as a personal failure, but as redirection. When someone ignores or rejects you, it's easy to feel hurt and wonder what you did wrong. But over time, I've realized that rejection often has less to do with me and more to do with the other person's needs, circumstances, or even timing. What seems like rejection is often just life guiding you towards something or someone better aligned with your growth and values. I remember a time when I was really invested in someone who ended up drifting away without explanation. I spent weeks wondering what went wrong, replaying conversations, and even blaming myself for not being enough. But as painful as it was, that experience forced me to take a step back and reassess what I truly wanted in a relationship. I began to realize that the qualities I valued most, consistency, openness, and mutual effort, weren't actually there. Her rejection wasn't a comment on my worth. It was a sign that we weren't truly compatible. That's when I started embracing the idea of redirection. I stopped looking at her silence as a sign of my inadequacy and started seeing it as life steering me toward people and experiences that would actually nourish and respect me. I let go of my need for closure and instead focused on what I could gain from this experience. I redirected my energy toward things that mattered to me, like building stronger friendships, working on my fitness goals, and even rediscovering my passion for painting. What I found is that when you reframe rejection as redirection, you open yourself up to new opportunities and connections that are better suited to you. Rather than dwelling on what you lost, you focus on what you can gain. And that shift is incredibly freeing. Here's how to make this mental shift and start seeing rejection in a more positive light. 1. Reflect on what you've learned. Every rejection carries a lesson, whether it's about recognizing red flags, understanding your needs, or simply learning to let go. Take time to consider what this experience has taught you and how you can use it to grow. 2. Trust that better things are coming. When one door closes, it's often because another, better door is waiting to open. Remind yourself that rejection can be a setup for something that aligns more closely with who you are and what you deserve. 3. Redirect your energy. Instead of using your energy to chase validation or closure, invest it in yourself. Focus on activities, hobbies, and relationships that lift you up and bring you joy. This not only helps you heal, but also prepares you to recognize and attract what truly fits with your life. Rejection isn't the end of your story, it's just a new chapter you didn't anticipate. When you start viewing rejection as redirection, you'll find that life has a way of leading you to places and people who actually fit into the bigger picture of who you're meant to become. Every no becomes an opportunity to say yes to something better. So the next time someone ignores or rejects you, take a deep breath and remind yourself that this is not a loss. It's a redirection, a gentle nudge to keep moving toward the people and experiences that are genuinely meant for you. When you embrace this mindset, you'll discover that what's meant for you won't require you to chase, convince, or feel less than. It'll come to you naturally because it's truly aligned with who you are. So, the next time someone ignores you, remember, it's not a reflection of your worth, but a chance to reclaim your power. By embracing calm, staying focused on yourself, and applying these Stoic principles, you can handle any situation with strength and confidence. This isn't just about dating or relationships. It's about mastering your own emotions and becoming the best version of yourself. If you found this video helpful, please hit that like button. Subscribe for more insights on building resilience and self-mastery, and share it with someone who might need this reminder. And I'd love to hear from you. Drop your thoughts and takeaways in the comments. How do you handle being ignored? And which Stoic approach resonated with you the most? Let's continue this journey together toward unshakable confidence and peace.
How to become stoic with an iron mind. Imagine a life where nothing phases you. In a world swirling with chaos, anger, and jealousy, picture yourself standing as an unshakable pillar of calm and strength. You're at peace while others rage. You remain composed as others crumble. You possess a mind so resilient, it's as if it's forged from iron. This is not a distant fantasy, but a real possibility within your reach. The modern world bombards us with stress and negativity, from the endless barrage of bad news to the constant pressures of daily life. It's easy to feel overwhelmed. People around you might be trapped in cycles of frustration and sadness, their days ruined by minor inconveniences. Yet, there are those rare individuals who navigate these storms with unwavering tranquility. They possess a secret, a timeless wisdom that empowers them to remain serene in the face of adversity. They are Stoics, the masters of an iron mind. In this video, you will embark on a transformative journey to cultivate the same indomitable mental fortitude. Drawing from ancient Stoic philosophy, you will learn practical steps to develop a mindset that remains steady and unyielding, no matter what life throws at you. Each principle we explore will bring you closer to becoming the person who doesn't just survive chaos, but thrives in it. Are you ready to unlock the secrets of Stoicism and forge your own iron mind? Let's dive in and discover how to turn life's challenges into your greatest strengths, starting with the fundamental principle of accepting what you cannot control. Number 1. Accept what you cannot control. One of the core principles of Stoicism is learning to accept what you cannot control. In life, countless events and circumstances are beyond our influence. Dwelling on these uncontrollable aspects only drains our energy and fosters frustration. Instead, a Stoic focuses on what they can change, their actions and responses. Imagine a flight cancellation due to bad weather. You can't alter the weather or the airline's decision. Getting angry won't make the plane take off. Instead, a Stoic accepts the situation and uses their energy constructively. Perhaps you could use the extra time to catch up on reading, work, or even meditate. By accepting what you cannot control, you preserve your energy for productive pursuits. This principle extends to all areas of life, whether it's a traffic jam, an unexpected expense, or someone else's behavior. Recognizing that these are beyond your control allows you to maintain inner peace. You become unshakable as your tranquility no longer hinges on external events. Moreover, acceptance doesn't mean passivity. It's about discerning where your efforts are best applied. When you focus on your actions and attitudes, you empower yourself. You become the master of your fate, shaping your life through deliberate choices rather than being tossed around by external forces. In essence, accepting what you cannot control is about shifting your perspective. It's recognizing that while you can't change the world, you can change how you interact with it. This mindset not only brings peace, but also enables you to navigate life more effectively. You become a beacon of calm in a stormy world, inspiring others with your composure and resilience. By embracing this Stoic principle, you lay the foundation for an iron mind that remains steadfast regardless of life's challenges. Number 2, practice. The essence of Stoicism is not merely in understanding its principles, but in practicing them daily. No video or book can replace the value of consistent application. The journey to becoming Stoic with an iron mind requires regular, intentional practice. It's about integrating Stoic wisdom into every facet of your life, making it a part of your daily routine. Imagine an athlete training for a marathon. They can't just read about running techniques and expect to succeed. They need to run every day, building their endurance, strength, and mental toughness. Similarly, Stoicism is a discipline that demands continuous effort. Each day presents opportunities to practice Stoic principles, from small annoyances to significant challenges. Start by setting aside time each day for reflection. Consider the events of the day and your responses to them. Did you maintain composure in the face of frustration? Did you focus on what you could control and let go of what you couldn't? Reflecting on these questions helps you identify areas for improvement and reinforces your commitment to Stoicism. Additionally, incorporate Stoic exercises into your routine. Practice gratitude by acknowledging the good in your life. Engage in negative visualization to prepare yourself for potential difficulties. Meditate to cultivate mindfulness and presence. These practices build your Stoic muscle, making it easier to remain calm and rational during life's storms. Remember, transformation doesn't happen overnight. It's the result of countless small efforts, repeated day in and day out. By committing to practice, you gradually reshape your mindset and behavior. You become more resilient, more composed, and more in control of your actions. Practice is the bridge between knowledge and mastery, and it's through this consistent effort that you develop the iron mind of a true Stoic. Number 3, build resilience. Resilience is the hallmark of a Stoic mind. It's the ability to bounce back from setbacks, to stand firm in the face of adversity. Building resilience is crucial for developing an iron mind, enabling you to navigate life's challenges with strength and grace. Resilience starts with a mindset shift. Understand that setbacks are a natural part of life, not a reflection of your worth or abilities. Embrace challenges as opportunities for growth rather than obstacles. Each difficulty you encounter is a chance to strengthen your resilience and refine your character. One way to build resilience is to face your fears. Avoiding challenges may provide temporary comfort, but it undermines your long-term growth. Confronting fears head-on, however daunting, fortifies your mental and emotional muscles. Over time, you become less intimidated by difficulties, viewing them as manageable and conquerable. Another key to resilience is maintaining perspective. In moments of crisis, it's easy to feel overwhelmed. But remember, most problems are temporary. By keeping the bigger picture in mind, you can maintain your composure and navigate through tough times. Reflect on past challenges you've overcome and remind yourself of your capacity to endure and triumph. Self-care also plays a vital role in building resilience. Ensure you're taking care of your physical, emotional, and mental well-being. Exercise regularly, eat healthily, get adequate sleep, and seek support when needed. A strong, healthy body and mind are better equipped to handle stress and recover from setbacks. Ultimately, resilience is about persistence. It's about getting up each time you fall, learning from your experiences, and continuing to move forward. By building resilience, you become like an oak tree in a storm, bending but never breaking. This steadfastness is a core element of the Stoic iron mind, enabling you to face life's inevitable challenges with unwavering strength and determination. Number 4. Seek wisdom. Wisdom is the cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. It's the guiding light that informs your decisions and actions, helping you navigate life with clarity and purpose. To develop an iron mind, you must continually seek wisdom, cultivating a deep understanding of yourself and the world around you. Wisdom begins with self-awareness. Reflect on your thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. Understand your strengths and weaknesses, your values and goals. Self-awareness allows you to act with intention and integrity, aligning your actions with your true self. Reading and learning are essential components of seeking wisdom. Delve into the works of ancient and modern philosophers, thinkers, and leaders. Study their insights and apply their lessons to your life. The writings of Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus, and Seneca offer timeless wisdom on living a virtuous and fulfilling life. By engaging with these texts, you expand your perspective and deepen your understanding of Stoic principles. Cultivate curiosity and remain open to new ideas and experiences. Wisdom is not static. It evolves with learning and growth. Engage in meaningful conversations, ask questions, and listen actively. Seek diverse viewpoints and challenge your assumptions. This openness enriches your understanding and fosters intellectual humility. Experience is another invaluable teacher. Embrace life's lessons, both positive and negative. Reflect on your experiences and extract wisdom from them. What did you learn from a particular success or failure? How can you apply these lessons moving forward? By learning from your experiences, you transform them into valuable insights that guide your future actions. In seeking wisdom, remember that it's not just about acquiring knowledge, but about applying it. Wisdom is practical and actionable. It's about making wise choices that lead to a good and meaningful life. By continually seeking wisdom, you equip yourself with the tools to navigate life's complexities with grace and confidence, embodying the Stoic iron mind. Number 5, use bad feelings for good. Emotions like anger, sadness, and heartbreak are often seen as negative, but a Stoic recognizes their potential for good. These feelings can be powerful motivators, driving you to achieve your goals and improve your life. By harnessing these emotions constructively, you transform them from obstacles into allies. Consider anger, for example. While uncontrolled anger can lead to destructive behavior, channeled anger can fuel determination and resilience. When you face injustice or frustration, let that anger propel you into action. Use it to push yourself harder in your endeavors, to advocate for change, and to stand up for yourself and others. Sadness, too, has its place. It can deepen your empathy and understanding of the human condition. When you experience loss or disappointment, allow yourself to feel the sadness, but also use it as a reminder of what truly matters to you. This reflection can lead to greater appreciation for the good in your life and motivate you to pursue meaningful goals. Heartbreak, perhaps the most challenging of emotions, can also be transformative. It teaches you about vulnerability, love, and the impermanence of life. Use heartbreak as a catalyst for personal growth. Let it inspire you to strengthen your relationships, pursue your passions, and live more fully. The key is to control your emotions rather than being controlled by them. This requires discipline and self-awareness. When you feel a strong emotion, pause and reflect. Ask yourself how you can use this feeling to your advantage. Redirect your emotional energy towards positive actions and goals. By using bad feelings for good, you not only manage your emotions, but also leverage them to enhance your life. This approach is a testament to the Stoic principle of transforming challenges into opportunities. It enables you to maintain your composure and purpose even in the face of adversity, embodying the strength and resilience of an iron mind. Number 6, take responsibility. A fundamental tenet of Stoicism is taking responsibility for your life and actions. While you may not be responsible for everything that happens to you, you are responsible for how you respond and for finding solutions. This mindset empowers you to take control of your destiny, transforming obstacles into opportunities for growth. Taking responsibility means owning your actions and their consequences. It requires honesty and self-reflection. When faced with a problem, avoid the temptation to blame others or external circumstances. Instead, ask yourself what you can do to address the situation. This proactive approach fosters resilience and self-efficacy. Consider the example of a car breaking down on the highway. If you stand there waving for help, you might wait a long time. But if you start pushing your car, others are more likely to stop and assist you. By taking the first step to help yourself, you inspire others to support you. This principle applies to all areas of life. When you take responsibility, you attract opportunities and assistance. Responsibility also involves making informed and ethical decisions. It means considering the impact of your actions on yourself and others. Strive to act with integrity even when it's challenging. This builds trust and respect, both crucial for personal and professional relationships. Moreover, taking responsibility enhances your personal growth. It forces you to confront your weaknesses and areas for improvement. By acknowledging and addressing these, you become a stronger and more capable individual. Responsibility is not about perfection, but about continuous improvement and learning from your experiences. In essence, taking responsibility is about embracing your role as the author of your life. It's about recognizing your power to shape your reality through your actions and choices. This Stoic principle is a cornerstone of the iron mind, fostering a sense of agency and resilience that enables you to navigate life's challenges with confidence and grace. Number 7, live in the present. Living in the present is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. It means focusing on the here and now, rather than dwelling on the past or worrying about the future. By anchoring yourself in the present, you harness the power to shape your life through your actions and decisions. The past is unchangeable. It holds lessons and memories, but it shouldn't dictate your present actions. Learn from your past, but don't let it shackle you. Similarly, the future is uncertain. While planning is important, excessive worry about what might happen only saps your energy and distracts you from what you can do now. Living in the present means being fully engaged in each moment. It's about mindfulness and presence. When you're present, you respond more effectively to life's challenges. You can appreciate the beauty of each moment, find joy in small pleasures, and act with intention and clarity. Consider your daily habits. Your present actions shape your future. If you want to be fit and healthy, your efforts must start now. Exercise regularly, eat well, and take care of your body. These daily practices build the foundation for a healthy future. Your habits, cultivated in the present, define who you become. Mindfulness practices such as meditation can help you stay anchored in the present. Spend a few minutes each day in quiet reflection, focusing on your breath and the sensations in your body. This simple exercise calms your mind and brings you back to the now. It enhances your ability to respond rather than react, fostering a sense of inner peace and control. Living in the present also involves letting go of regrets and anxieties. Accept that the past is gone and the future is yet to come. Your power lies in the present moment. By embracing this Stoic principle, you cultivate a sense of tranquility and purpose, enabling you to navigate life with the strength and clarity of an iron mind. Number 8, embrace discomfort. Growth and comfort rarely coexist. Embracing discomfort is essential for developing resilience and an iron mind. It involves stepping out of your comfort zone, facing challenges head-on, and using adversity as a tool for personal development. Discomfort is often seen as something to avoid, but for a Stoic, it's an opportunity for growth. Whether it's physical, emotional, or mental discomfort, confronting it builds strength and character. When you willingly face difficult situations, you expand your capabilities and increase your tolerance for future challenges. Consider physical discomfort, such as exercise. Pushing your body through challenging workouts strengthens your muscles and endurance. Similarly, mental discomfort, like tackling a complex problem, enhances your cognitive abilities. Emotional discomfort, such as dealing with rejection or failure, teaches resilience and emotional regulation. Embracing discomfort also means accepting that failure is a part of the journey. Every setback is a learning experience. When you fail, reflect on what went wrong and how you can improve. This mindset shift transforms failure from a source of shame into a stepping stone for success. By viewing discomfort and failure as opportunities, you develop a growth mindset, essential for a Stoic iron mind. Moreover, seek out challenges that push your limits. Whether it's learning a new skill, taking on a demanding project, or stepping into a leadership role, these experiences force you to grow. They require you to adapt, persevere, and find solutions, all of which build your resilience and confidence. In daily life, practice small acts of discomfort. Take cold showers, wake up early, or engage in difficult conversations. These practices build your tolerance for discomfort and train your mind to remain calm and composed in challenging situations. Ultimately, embracing discomfort is about viewing challenges as opportunities for growth. It's about pushing your boundaries and evolving through adversity. By adopting this Stoic principle, you fortify your mind and spirit, preparing yourself to face life's inevitable trials with strength and grace. Number 9, cultivate gratitude. Gratitude is a powerful tool for fostering a positive mindset and enhancing your resilience. In Stoicism, cultivating gratitude means focusing on what you have rather than what you lack. This shift in perspective brings contentment and peace, essential components of an iron mind. Begin by acknowledging the small blessings in your daily life. These can be simple things like a warm bed, a good meal, or a kind word from a friend. By recognizing and appreciating these moments, you train your mind to focus on the positive aspects of your life. This practice reduces feelings of envy, resentment, and dissatisfaction. Gratitude also involves appreciating the people in your life. Express thanks to those who support and inspire you. This not only strengthens your relationships, but also fosters a sense of community and belonging. When you feel connected and supported, you're better equipped to handle life's challenges. Moreover, gratitude helps you maintain perspective during difficult times. When faced with adversity, reflect on what you still have and what you can be thankful for. This doesn't mean ignoring your problems, but rather balancing them with a recognition of the good in your life. This balanced perspective reduces stress and enhances your emotional resilience. Incorporate gratitude into your daily routine through practices like journaling. Spend a few minutes each day writing down things you're grateful for. This habit reinforces a positive outlook and trains your brain to seek out the good in every situation. Over time, this practice can significantly improve your overall well-being and mental health. Gratitude also aligns with the Stoic principle of focusing on what you can control. While you can't control all external events, you can control your attitude and perspective. By choosing to focus on gratitude, you take control of your emotional state and enhance your resilience. Ultimately, cultivating gratitude transforms your outlook on life. It helps you find joy in the present moment and builds a foundation of positivity and resilience. This Stoic principle fortifies your mind, enabling you to navigate life's ups and downs with grace and equanimity. Number 10, practice mindfulness. Mindfulness is the practice of being fully present and engaged in the current moment. For a Stoic, mindfulness is a crucial tool for maintaining inner peace and composure. By cultivating mindfulness, you enhance your ability to respond to life's challenges with clarity and calmness. Mindfulness begins with awareness. Pay attention to your thoughts, emotions, and physical sensations. Notice how your body feels, the rhythm of your breath, and the flow of your thoughts. This awareness anchors you in the present moment, reducing stress and anxiety about the past or future. Incorporate mindfulness into your daily activities. When you're eating, savor each bite. When you're walking, feel the ground beneath your feet. When you're listening, give your full attention to the speaker. These practices ground you in the present and enhance your appreciation of each moment. Meditation is a powerful way to cultivate mindfulness. Spend a few minutes each day sitting quietly, focusing on your breath. If your mind wanders, gently bring your attention back to your breath. This practice trains your mind to stay present and builds your capacity for sustained attention and calmness. Mindfulness also enhances your emotional regulation. By observing your emotions without judgment, you create space between stimulus and response. This allows you to choose your reactions thoughtfully rather than reacting impulsively. For example, when you feel anger rising, mindfulness helps you pause, recognize the emotion, and respond in a calm and constructive manner. Moreover, mindfulness fosters a sense of inner peace and contentment. By fully engaging with the present moment, you reduce the mental clutter and distractions that often cause stress. This clarity and focus enable you to tackle challenges more effectively and maintain a sense of balance and equanimity. In essence, mindfulness is about living fully and deeply in the present moment. It's a practice that enhances your awareness, emotional regulation, and overall well-being. By cultivating mindfulness, you embody the Stoic iron mind, navigating life's complexities with grace and wisdom. You've now been equipped with the timeless wisdom and practical steps to cultivate an iron mind, just like the Stoics of old. Imagine facing life's storms with unshakable calm, turning challenges into opportunities, and navigating the world with a deep sense of inner peace and resilience. This is the power of Stoicism, and it's within your grasp. As you embark on this journey, remember that transformation requires consistent practice. Reflect on these principles daily, integrate them into your life, and watch as you become the master of your own fate, resilient and composed in any situation. If you found this video valuable, imagine what more you can achieve with continued learning and support. Join our community on the Wiser channel, where we delve deeper into the art of living wisely. Like this video, if it resonated with you, share it with those who need a dose of Stoic wisdom. And don't forget to subscribe to Wiser. Together, we can build a life of strength, clarity, and unyielding peace. Thank you for watching, and welcome to a wiser way of living.
18 Stoic Ways to Destroy Your Enemy Without Fighting Them from Marcus Aurelius. Stoicism. Imagine being in the heat of an argument, your blood boiling, and your mind racing with thoughts of how to win. We've all been there, facing someone who seems determined to oppose us, whether in the office, at home, or online. But what if I told you that you could vanquish your enemies without lifting a finger, without uttering a single harsh word? The ancient Stoics, masters of emotional control and reason, have bequeathed us timeless strategies to navigate conflict with grace and poise. In this video, you will uncover 18 Stoic-inspired techniques to tackle conflicts head-on, drawing from the profound wisdom of Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius. These methods demand patience and effort, yet they promise the ultimate rewards: inner peace, long-lasting solutions, and transformed relationships. Are you ready to learn how to navigate conflict like a true Stoic? Join us on this journey, and remember, your most significant victory lies not in external battles, but in mastering your own mind and heart. Hit the subscribe button and the notification bell to stay updated with all our insights on facing life's challenges with the timeless wisdom of Stoicism. Let's dive in and discover how you can turn your conflicts into opportunities for growth and understanding. Number 1. Use humor wisely. In conflict resolution, humor can be a powerful tool when used wisely. It has the ability to diffuse tension and open channels for better communication. However, humor must be applied with caution. Seneca reminds us that a jest can easily become an insult if not carefully managed. Therefore, it is essential to recognize your audience and their sensitivities. The goal is not to mock or belittle, but to lighten the mood and foster a more open atmosphere for dialogue. Humor that is self-deprecating can often be the safest bet, showing humility and a willingness to own up to mistakes. Timing is crucial. Introduce humor only when the emotional intensity has decreased, ensuring it doesn't come off as dismissive or sarcastic. By carefully incorporating humor, you can navigate the tightrope of conflict with balance, turning a potentially volatile situation into one where understanding and cooperation can flourish. Number 2, set boundaries. Setting boundaries is a fundamental practice in maintaining inner peace and safeguarding your well-being. Epictetus teaches us that we cannot control the actions of others, only our own responses. By clearly defining what behaviors are acceptable to you and communicating these boundaries respectfully, you create a protective barrier against negativity. Boundaries are not walls meant to isolate, but guidelines that foster healthy interactions. Be assertive yet kind when articulating your limits, using I statements to express your needs without sounding accusatory. Consistency is key. Adhere to your boundaries firmly to gain respect from others and to respect yourself. Expect resistance but remain steadfast. Boundaries are acts of self-care, not selfishness. They empower you to live a life aligned with your values, providing the freedom to interact with others from a place of strength and serenity. Number 3, seek external aid. In the labyrinth of conflict, seeking external aid is a mark of wisdom, not weakness. When communication breaks down and emotions run high, a mediator or counselor can provide an impartial perspective and facilitate constructive dialogue. These professionals are trained to navigate the intricacies of human interaction, helping both parties to feel heard and valued. Their role is akin to that of a Stoic philosopher, guiding students towards wisdom and clarity. By enlisting their help, you demonstrate a commitment to resolving disputes with dignity and grace. Remember, asking for assistance is a testament to your dedication to personal growth and the health of your relationships. It shows that you are willing to invest in a peaceful and constructive outcome, leveraging the knowledge and experience of others to illuminate the path ahead. Number 4, control your reactions. True strength lies in mastering your own reactions, rather than attempting to control external events. Epictetus reminds us that it is not the event itself that troubles us, but our view of it. By focusing on your responses, you cultivate inner calm and resilience. Begin by recognizing your triggers and understanding the emotional terrain that leads to negative reactions. When faced with provocation, take a moment to breathe and create space between stimulus and response. This pause allows you to choose your reaction deliberately rather than impulsively. Shift your perspective and consider alternative viewpoints, asking yourself if a different interpretation might yield a more constructive outcome. Consistent practice of this Stoic principle strengthens your emotional fortitude, enabling you to face life's storms with poise and composure. Remember, true power is found in the peace that comes from within. Number 5. Communicate calmly and clearly. Effective communication is the cornerstone of resolving conflict the Stoic way. Seneca advises us to speak with clarity and purpose, ensuring our words are measured and our tone respectful. Begin by developing active listening skills. Truly hear what your opponent is saying before formulating your response. This shows respect and opens the door to mutual understanding. Use I statements to express your feelings and needs without casting blame. For example, I feel hurt when, rather than you always. This reduces defensiveness and fosters a more collaborative approach to problem solving. Maintain a calm and composed demeanor, avoiding insults and aggressive language. Focus on seeking solutions rather than winning the argument. By mastering the art of clear and calm communication, you transform potential conflicts into opportunities for constructive dialogue and deeper connection. Number 6. Understand your adversary. To navigate conflict with wisdom, delve deeply into understanding your adversary. The Stoics teach us to look beyond the surface and seek the underlying motivations and fears that drive behavior. This approach requires patience and empathy. Imagine stepping into their shoes, viewing the situation from their perspective. What life experiences have shaped their viewpoint? What are their core concerns and desires? By asking sincere, open-ended questions, you can uncover the roots of their stance. This understanding fosters empathy, allowing you to address the true issues at hand rather than just the symptoms of the conflict. In this way, you not only gain insight into their world, but also reflect on your own responses and motivations. This deeper understanding can turn adversaries into allies and transform conflict into an opportunity for growth and connection. Number 7. Practice forgiveness. Forgiveness is a powerful Stoic tool for releasing the burdens of anger and resentment. Seneca wisely points out that holding on to vengeance keeps wounds open. Forgiveness, on the other hand, is a conscious choice to let go of the negative emotions that tether you to the past, allowing for greater clarity and peace of mind. It does not mean condoning the actions that caused harm, but rather freeing yourself from their emotional grip. Begin by acknowledging the impact of holding on to anger on your well-being. Reflect on the broader context and motivations behind the other person's actions. Let go of the need for retribution, focusing instead on the lessons learned. Forgiveness is a continual process, requiring dedication and practice. Ultimately, it is a gift you give yourself, leading to inner freedom and emotional resilience. Number 8. Choose your battles wisely. Life presents us with countless opportunities for conflict, but wisdom lies in discerning which battles are worth fighting. The Stoics remind us that not every slight or disagreement warrants our full attention. Before engaging in a dispute, pause and reflect on its significance. Ask yourself if this conflict genuinely affects your well-being or aligns with your values. Is it a matter of principle or a fleeting irritation? By prioritizing your energy and focus on truly important issues, you can conserve your emotional resources and approach significant conflicts with greater clarity and effectiveness. Remember Seneca's advice: the greatest remedy for anger is delay. Take a step back, evaluate the situation objectively, and choose your battles with the wisdom of a Stoic sage. Number 9. Seek common ground. In the midst of conflict, finding common ground can be a transformative Stoic strategy. The Stoics believed in the interconnectedness of all things, urging us to look beyond immediate disagreements and discover shared values and goals. Start by shifting your perspective from me to we. Consider what both parties ultimately want and search for underlying needs and desires. These commonalities can become the foundation for cooperation and compromise. Even small points of agreement can build momentum towards a more harmonious resolution. Patience and persistence are key. Finding common ground may take time, but it paves the way for deeper understanding and mutual respect. By focusing on what unites rather than divides, you create a pathway to peace and collaboration. Number 10. Appeal to inner values. Appealing to an adversary's inner values is a subtle yet powerful Stoic technique. Instead of confronting them directly, align your arguments with their core beliefs and principles. This approach requires careful observation and understanding of what they hold dear. Look for common values, such as honesty, justice, or respect, and frame your perspective in a way that resonates with these ideals. Speaking their language and demonstrating how your solution embodies their values can create a sense of alignment and foster genuine buy-in. This method not only facilitates resolution, but also builds respect and understanding, transforming the adversarial relationship into a cooperative one grounded in shared principles. Number 11. Grow from conflict. Conflict, though often viewed negatively, can be a fertile ground for personal growth. The Stoics encourage us to see challenges as opportunities for self-improvement. Approach each conflict with a learning mindset, reflecting on your actions and reactions. What triggered your responses? What values or beliefs were challenged? Use these insights to identify areas for development and implement changes that enhance your emotional resilience and communication skills. Seeking feedback from trusted mentors or friends can provide valuable perspectives and support your growth. Embrace the Stoic view that every obstacle is a chance to become stronger and wiser. By transforming conflict into a catalyst for self-discovery, you emerge more capable and composed, ready to face future challenges with grace. Number 12. Offer empathy. Empathy is a cornerstone of Stoic conflict resolution. Marcus Aurelius advises us to understand the other person's perspective deeply, recognizing their emotions and experiences. This does not mean agreeing with them, but rather validating their feelings. Listen attentively to both their words and nonverbal cues, acknowledging their frustrations and concerns. Statements like, "I see why you feel that way," or "It sounds like this situation is important to you," can build trust and reduce defensiveness. By bridging the gap with empathy, you create an environment where honest and productive dialogue can occur. This Stoic approach transforms conflict from a battleground into a space for connection and mutual understanding, fostering deeper relationships and effective resolutions. Number 13. Embrace compromise. The art of compromise is essential in Stoic conflict resolution. Recognizing that rigid positions often lead to impasses, the Stoics advise flexibility and adaptability. Approach conflict as a cooperative endeavor, seeking solutions that address the needs of all parties involved. Identify common goals and be willing to let go of less important details. Prioritize finding a win-win outcome where everyone feels heard and valued. Compromise does not mean sacrificing your principles, but finding a balanced approach that fosters harmony and mutual respect. This Stoic practice of compromise demonstrates strength through flexibility, creating sustainable resolutions that benefit everyone involved. Number 14. Demonstrate virtue. In moments of conflict, leading by example through virtuous behavior can inspire positive change. The Stoics valued qualities such as courage, wisdom, and temperance, urging us to embody these traits in our interactions. Show integrity by staying true to your principles, even under pressure. Practice wisdom by making thoughtful, balanced decisions. Display temperance by remaining calm and composed, avoiding excessive reactions. By demonstrating virtue, you set a standard for others to follow, fostering an environment of respect and ethical conduct. This Stoic approach not only helps resolve conflicts, but also elevates the overall quality of your relationships and interactions. Number 15. Maintain dignity. Upholding your dignity in conflict is a key Stoic principle. Seneca teaches us that maintaining self-respect and integrity is crucial, regardless of external circumstances. Avoid actions or words that compromise your values or lower your standards. Respond to provocation with grace and composure, demonstrating inner strength. By keeping your dignity intact, you not only protect your own sense of self, but also command respect from others. This Stoic approach ensures that conflicts are resolved in a manner that honors your principles and fosters a culture of mutual respect and decency. Number 16. Use silence. Sometimes the most powerful response in a conflict is no response at all. The Stoics valued the strategic use of silence as a means to de-escalate tensions and provide space for emotions to settle. Silence allows for reflection and prevents the situation from escalating further. It can signal strength and self-control, showing that you are not easily provoked. Use silence to listen actively, giving the other person time to express themselves fully. This creates an opportunity for thoughtful responses and reduces the likelihood of impulsive reactions. The Stoic practice of silence transforms conflict into a more contemplative and constructive dialogue. Number 17. Practice patience. Patience is a virtue highly esteemed by the Stoics, especially in the context of conflict resolution. Recognize that resolving disputes takes time and cannot be rushed. Allow space for thoughtful consideration and emotional cooling. Patience enables you to approach the situation with a calm and clear mind, avoiding hasty decisions that might exacerbate the conflict. Reflect on Seneca's wisdom that time is a great healer. By practicing patience, you foster a more thoughtful and deliberate resolution process, leading to more sustainable and harmonious outcomes. Number 18. Educate and enlighten. Sharing knowledge and insights can be a powerful way to resolve conflicts and foster understanding. The Stoics believed in the value of wisdom and education in transforming lives and relationships. Use your knowledge to enlighten your adversary, offering new perspectives that can help them see the broader picture. This is not about proving superiority, but about fostering mutual growth and understanding. Provide information, share experiences, and offer guidance that can help resolve misunderstandings and build a foundation for cooperation. This Stoic approach turns conflict into an opportunity for learning and enlightenment, benefiting both parties and strengthening the relationship. The video concludes by encouraging viewers to subscribe for more insights on using Stoic wisdom to navigate life's challenges. As we reach the end of our journey through these 18 Stoic strategies, remember that the true victory in any conflict lies not in conquering your opponent, but in mastering yourself. These timeless teachings from Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius offer more than just methods to resolve disputes. They provide a path to inner peace, resilience, and profound personal growth. Before you go, take a moment to reflect on the power of these Stoic principles in your own life. Which strategies resonated with you the most? How will you apply them to transform your conflicts into opportunities for understanding and harmony? We'd love to hear your thoughts and experiences. Share your insights in the comments below. Your wisdom could be the key that helps someone else on their Stoic journey. And don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated with more wisdom on navigating life's challenges with grace and strength. Thank you for joining us on this enlightening journey. Remember, your greatest battles are fought and won within. Embrace the wisdom of the Stoics and let it guide you to a life of tranquility and purpose. Until next time, stay wise and keep growing.
Here are 10 terrible signs you're being manipulated. Signs so subtle they might be controlling your life without you even noticing. Think about this. Has someone ever made you feel guilty for saying no, left you questioning your reality, or used affection as a tool to get their way? These aren't just annoying behaviors, they're calculated strategies to keep you under their control. But here's the twist. You don't have to stay trapped. The ancient Stoics faced manipulation in their own time, and their wisdom can help you recognize and resist it today. In this video, we'll break down these 10 toxic behaviors and show you how Stoic principles can arm you against them. Whether it's emotional coercion, gaslighting, or weaponized flattery, you'll learn how to reclaim your power and build a fortress of inner peace. Stick with me. You'll walk away stronger, smarter, and completely unshakable. 1. Emotional coercion. The silent manipulation. Have you ever felt an uncomfortable weight on your shoulders, like someone was making you responsible for their feelings or decisions? Emotional coercion works this way. It's subtle, yet it has a profound impact on your sense of freedom. A friend might say, "If you don't come to my party, I'll be so hurt." Or a partner might suggest, "You don't love me if you won't do this for me." These statements plant seeds of guilt, fear, or obligation, manipulating you into compliance. Stoicism offers a powerful antidote. It teaches that our emotions and reactions are entirely within our control. Epictetus reminds us, it's not events themselves that disturb people, but their judgments about them. In this case, the manipulator's words are not the problem. Our reaction to them is. Emotional coercion succeeds when we let others' feelings dictate our actions. But as Stoics, we aim to act according to reason and virtue, not emotional pressure. To relate this to my own life, I once had a colleague who was particularly skilled at emotional coercion. They often framed their requests with phrases like, "You're the only person I can rely on," or, "If you don't help me, I'll be in serious trouble." These statements made me feel obligated to prioritize their needs over my own. It wasn't until I started studying Stoic philosophy that I realized how much power I was handing over. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." By applying this principle, I began pausing before reacting. When faced with guilt-laden pleas, I asked myself, am I responsible for their feelings? Is this aligned with my values? I learned to set firm but compassionate boundaries, responding with statements like, "I understand this is difficult for you, but I can't commit to that right now." The beauty of Stoicism lies in its practicality. It doesn't ask us to shut down our emotions, but to manage them wisely. Emotional coercion thrives on our inability to separate others' feelings from our own responsibilities. By staying grounded, assessing situations rationally, and acting in alignment with our principles, we can break free from this subtle yet destructive form of manipulation. In doing so, we regain control over our actions and emotions, preserving our inner peace. 2. Gaslighting, doubting your reality. Have you ever walked away from a conversation doubting what you know to be true? Gaslighting, a tactic often used by manipulators, is designed to distort your perception of reality. It's when someone denies facts, twists events, or accuses you of being overly sensitive to make you question your memory, judgment, or sanity. Statements like, "That never happened," or "Mi gestorci, you're imagining things," are hallmarks of this manipulation technique. The Stoics teach us to anchor ourselves in reason and objective reality, protecting our inner clarity from external distortions. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "If someone can prove me wrong and show me my mistake, I will gladly change, for I seek the truth." Stoicism encourages us to focus on facts, not emotions, when evaluating situations. Gaslighting works when we lose confidence in our reasoning, but the Stoic approach empowers us to remain steadfast in our understanding of the truth. In my own experience, I once had a friend who would routinely dismiss valid concerns I raised by saying, "You're blowing things out of proportion." Over time, I started to question whether my feelings were valid. However, I began applying Stoic principles by keeping a journal to document events and conversations. This gave me an objective record to reference, helping me differentiate between my own perceptions and the manipulator's version of events. When faced with gaslighting, pause and reflect. Ask yourself, what evidence do I have for my perspective? Am I being led by reason or by someone else's narrative? If the situation allows, calmly challenge the manipulator with facts. Actually, I remember this differently. Here's what I recall happening. However, the key is not to engage in emotional arguments. They thrive on confusion. Stoicism teaches us that while we cannot control others' actions, we can control our response. Grounding ourselves in truth and logic weakens the manipulator's grip. By trusting our rational mind, we safeguard our confidence and avoid falling prey to gaslighting. 3. Excessive flattery. Sweet words with bitter intentions. Have you ever been overwhelmed by compliments, only to realize later that they came with strings attached? Excessive flattery is a manipulator's tool to gain your trust and lower your defenses. They might say things like, "You're so amazing. No one else could do this as well as you." While it feels good in the moment, it's often a calculated attempt to exploit your desire for approval. Stoicism warns us against attaching our self-worth to others' opinions. Seneca advised, "A wise man is neither elevated by praise nor depressed by blame." Excessive flattery becomes manipulation when we rely on it to feel validated. A Stoic knows that true worth comes from living virtuously, not from the approval of others. I recall working with someone who constantly praised my work, telling me, "You're the best team player we have." I felt proud, but soon noticed a pattern. Every compliment was followed by a request, often for tasks that weren't my responsibility. Stoicism helped me step back and evaluate their motives. Were they genuinely appreciative, or was their praise a prelude to manipulation? To handle such situations, focus on staying humble and grounded. Acknowledge the compliment, but don't let it cloud your judgment. Instead of feeling obligated, calmly assess the request's merit. Say, "Thank you for the kind words, but let me consider if I can help with that." Flattery only works as manipulation when we let it. By cultivating inner confidence and focusing on virtue, we can appreciate genuine praise without being swayed by excessive or insincere compliments. A Stoic mind remains balanced, neither inflated by flattery nor diminished by criticism. 4. Isolation. Cutting you off from support. Manipulators often isolate you from your support system to gain more control over your decisions. They might subtly discourage you from spending time with friends or family, claiming that those relationships are not in your best interest. Over time, you find yourself distanced from the people who provide strength, perspective, and emotional stability. Stoic philosophy emphasizes the importance of meaningful relationships and community. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "We are made for cooperation, like feet, hands, eyelids, or the rows of the upper and lower teeth." This reminds us that human connections are essential, not obstacles to be removed. Recognizing attempts at isolation allows us to remain connected to the relationships that nourish and support us. In my life, I once dealt with someone who constantly questioned my closest friendships. They would say things like, "Are they really there for you?" or "I think they're jealous of our bond." Their subtle remarks made me doubt my friends and rely more on the manipulator for support. But when I applied Stoic principles, I started to see through their tactics. By evaluating relationships objectively, I realized the manipulator's claims didn't align with reality. To counter isolation, actively nurture your relationships and seek diverse perspectives. Stoicism teaches us to act in accordance with reason, and part of that involves valuing the people who truly care for us. Don't let anyone dictate whom you can or cannot trust without evidence. Stay grounded and maintain the connections that bring balance and joy to your life. 5. Playing the victim. Weaponizing. helplessness. Manipulators often present themselves as victims to elicit sympathy and shift the burden of responsibility onto you. They might recount endless tales of mistreatment or unfairness, subtly implying that it's your duty to make things right for them. While compassion is a virtue, Stoicism warns us against allowing pity to cloud our judgment. Epictetus advised, "Make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens." Manipulators exploit your kindness, but it's essential to remember that their circumstances are outside your control. You cannot solve every problem they present, nor should you feel obligated to. I encountered someone who frequently lamented their misfortunes, from financial woes to strained relationships. Initially, I felt compelled to help, offering my time, energy, and resources. However, their problems persisted, and I began to notice a pattern. They weren't seeking solutions, just attention and compliance. Stoicism helped me step back and ask myself, am I truly helping, or am I enabling their behavior? The key to dealing with this manipulation is to approach it rationally. Offer support when appropriate, but set clear boundaries. Ask yourself whether your involvement aligns with your values, or if it simply feeds their dependency. By focusing on what you can control, your actions and intentions, you prevent their victimhood from dictating your choices. 6. Exploiting vulnerabilities, using your weaknesses against you. A manipulator will often identify and exploit your vulnerabilities, turning your fears, insecurities, or desires into leverage. They may subtly remind you of past failures or insecurities, using them to steer your decisions in their favor. Stoic wisdom teaches us to embrace self-awareness and strengthen our inner resilience. Seneca wrote, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." Recognizing and accepting your vulnerabilities is the first step to preventing their misuse. By owning your flaws, you take away the manipulator's power to use them against you. I once confided in someone about my fear of failure in a project. Later, when disagreements arose, they would say things like, "If you don't do this my way, you might regret it later." Their words tapped into my fear, making me doubt my instincts. But through Stoic practice, I learned to confront my insecurities directly. By reminding myself that failure is a natural part of life and a chance to grow, I stopped allowing them to control me through fear. Strengthening your inner fortitude weakens the manipulator's influence. Accept your vulnerabilities, but don't let them define you. A Stoic faces weaknesses with courage and works to transform them into sources of strength. 7. Withholding information, controlling through secrecy. Manipulators often withhold crucial information to maintain control over you. They might selectively share details, leaving you feeling uncertain or dependent on them for clarity. By keeping you in the dark, they can shape narratives and steer your decisions in their favor. Stoicism emphasizes the pursuit of truth and clarity. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Let your understanding be clear and distinct, and your judgments unaffected by mere appearances." To counter this manipulation, a Stoic seeks facts and avoids making assumptions based on incomplete information. I've experienced situations where someone withheld key details in a professional setting, framing the situation in a way that suited their agenda. It wasn't until I asked specific questions and sought other perspectives that I realized I wasn't getting the full picture. The Stoic principle of rational inquiry helped me take a step back and recognize that clarity comes from actively seeking knowledge rather than passively accepting what's given. When you suspect someone is withholding information, remain calm and ask direct, respectful questions. Don't allow fear or frustration to cloud your judgment. Instead, approach the situation methodically, seeking the facts before drawing conclusions. Stoicism teaches us to remain grounded, ensuring that secrecy and uncertainty cannot easily manipulate us. 8. Love bombing and deprivation, emotional whiplash. Love bombing and deprivation are manipulation techniques that work in tandem. First, the manipulator showers you with affection and attention, creating a sense of dependency. Then they withdraw abruptly, leaving you craving the connection they once provided. This cycle keeps you off balance, questioning what you did wrong and striving to regain their approval. Stoic wisdom reminds us to find stability within ourselves, rather than seeking it from external sources. Epictetus taught, "Freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control." Manipulators use emotional highs and lows to keep you tethered, but a Stoic learns to detach from such extremes and seek balance within. I've faced this manipulation in a personal relationship where intense affection was followed by sudden coldness. Each time, I found myself trying harder to fix the dynamic. Once I embraced Stoicism, I realized their behavior was outside my control. By focusing on my own sense of worth and emotional balance, I broke free from the cycle. To resist this tactic, cultivate emotional independence. Appreciate love and kindness when it's genuine, but don't allow your happiness to hinge on someone else's behavior. A Stoic finds peace in their own actions and principles, not in the fluctuating attention of others. 9. Excessive control, dictating your choices. Manipulators often attempt to control your decisions, dictating how you should think, act, or even feel. They may frame their interference as care or concern, saying things like, "I just want what's best for you," while subtly steering you toward their desired outcomes. Stoicism champions personal agency and the ability to live in alignment with your values. Epictetus wrote, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Manipulators thrive when we surrender control, but the Stoic path is about reclaiming autonomy and making choices based on reason, not external pressure. I once had a mentor who frequently overstepped, insisting their advice was the only path to success. At first, I followed their guidance, but it began to feel stifling. Applying Stoic wisdom, I reflected on my own goals and principles. Were their suggestions truly aligned with what I valued, or was I letting them dictate my life? By setting boundaries and making decisions rooted in my convictions, I regained control. To counter excessive control, calmly assert your independence. Thank the person for their input, but remind them and yourself that the ultimate decision is yours. A Stoic lives authentically, guided by inner principles rather than external dictates. 10. Blaming and shaming, deflecting responsibility. Manipulators often use blame and shame as tools to deflect responsibility onto you. They may accuse you of being selfish, ungrateful, or incompetent, making you feel as though you're at fault for their shortcomings or failures. Stoicism teaches us to accept responsibility for our own actions while rejecting unjust criticism. Marcus Aurelius advised, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it, and this you have the power to revoke at any moment." When manipulators try to shame us, we can choose not to internalize their words. I've dealt with someone who frequently blamed me for their mistakes, saying things like, "This wouldn't have happened if you had supported me better." For a time, I believed them, but Stoic reflection helped me see that their failures weren't my burden to bear. I learned to separate valid feedback from baseless accusations, focusing on what I could control, my own actions and responses. When confronted with blame or shame, pause and reflect. Ask yourself whether the criticism is justified. If it is, take accountability and grow from it. If it isn't, let it pass without allowing it to disturb your peace. A Stoic knows that their worth is not determined by others' judgments, but by living virtuously and staying true to their principles. Manipulation thrives in the shadows, but with the clarity and resilience that Stoic wisdom provides, you now have the tools to recognize and resist it. By identifying these 10 signs and staying anchored in your values, you can protect your peace and reclaim your personal freedom. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to like it. It really supports the channel. Subscribe for more Stoic insights and practical advice to empower your daily life, and I'd love to hear from you. Which of these signs resonated with you the most? Or do you have your own experiences or takeaways to share? Drop them in the comments below. I read and value every single one. Together, let's build a community grounded in wisdom, strength, and mutual support. See you in the next video.